All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Mr. Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is the file number case CBC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selimi, and Jakub Krasniki. Thank you, Your Honors.
I note that the accused are all present in court today except for Mr. Krasniki, who has been allowed to attend via video link. I also note that due to personal circumstances, Judge Barta is also attending the hearing via video link. We expect him to be here tomorrow. There was a transportation issue. Before we start with the next witness, we have some oral orders. First, an oral order regarding video exhibits admitted pursuant to Rule 154 through witness W04410. I recall that the parties, apart from the Selimi defense and the Krasniki defense, who did not respond, agreed that exhibits P01255 to P01262 can be classified as public. I'll ask now, is there any objection to be raised? No objection is heard. Then I direct CMU to reclassify P01255 to P01262 and related transcripts as public. This concludes our first order. Second, an oral order regarding the same witness. I recall that the extracts of W04410's book were tendered by the SBO and the defense. Since the extracts under P1264 and the extracts tendered by the defense come from a different ERN, the extracts tendered by the defense will be grouped into one exhibit number. Is there any objection to that process? None heard? Court officer, please assign exhibit number 1D00159 to the following: SPOE 00351537 and SPOE 00351557, tendered by the Thaçi defense, including its translation DHT 04004 to DHT 04006, and SPOE 00351231, tendered by the Selimi defense, including translation DRS 00758 to DRS 00758. This concludes the panel's second order. Lastly, regarding the witness order for this evidentiary block, I understand that through inter partes communications, the defense sought confirmation from the SPO as to which witnesses will testify after W04752, and that the SPO responded that while it has provided the list of witnesses in the proposed order, it cannot guarantee the witnesses' order because factors such as the length of W04752's testimony may alter the proposed order. The panel recalls that there must be a degree of flexibility in the order of appearance of reserved witnesses due to the nature of such witnesses. Their appearance depends on factors such as available sitting hours, the witnesses' availability, and logistical considerations, which render a definitive order of appearance difficult to provide. That said, considering that the witnesses scheduled at the beginning of this evidentiary block are significant witnesses which require extensive preparations, the panel orders the SBO to identify 2 witnesses who will in all probability follow W04752 by tomorrow at 4 p.m. The panel is satisfied that in that way the defense can meaningfully prepare for either alternative. This includes the third oral order. We will now start hearing the evidence of prosecution witness 4744. Madam Court Officer, please bring us into private session to protect the identity of the witness. I'm sorry, Mr. Court Officer.
Your Honors, we're in public session. Thank you.
All right, you have the solemn declaration which you are asked to take pursuant to Rule 141 of our rules. Please read it aloud.
Thank you.
Solemn.
Solemn declaration. Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Finance.
Thank you.
Witness, today we will start your testimony, which is expected to last approximately 3 days. As you may know, the prosecution will ask you questions first, and then the defense has the right to ask questions of you, and members of the panel might also have questions for you. The prosecution's estimate for your examination is 2 hours. The defense estimates that it will take 7.5 hours. As regards each estimate, we hope that the counsel will be judicious in the use of their time. The panel may allow redirect examination if conditions for it are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will attempt to clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. In the event you are asked by the SBO to attest to some corrections made regarding your statements, you are reminded to confirm on the record that the written statement, as corrected by the list of corrections, accurately reflects your declaration. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace so the interpreters can catch up. During the next days while you are giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony outside of the courtroom. If any person questions you outside of this courtroom about your testimony, please let us know. The panel understands that the SBO has hard copies of your prior witness statements for you to reference during your testimony in case of need. If you cannot recall something and therefore wish to consult these documents to refresh your memory, please notify the panel before doing so. I repeat that this should only be done in the event that you need to make that reference because you cannot recall. You should not read directly from these documents. Please also stop talking if I ask you to do so, and stop talking if you see me raise my hand. These indications mean that I need to give you an instruction. If you feel the need to take breaks at any time, please let us know and we will attempt to accommodate you. So we begin with the prosecution's questions of you. They're seated to your left. Please give them your attention. Mr. Halling, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. And good morning, witness. We've met before, but my name is Matt Halling with the SPO, and I'll be asking you questions this morning. And we are in public session. Witness, what is your name?
Good morning. First of all, I am Kurtesh Fonday.
Place of birth?
I was born the 4th of March 1960 in the village of Pechan in the municipality of Suarica.
Have you been previously interviewed by the SPO?
Yes, I was interviewed in 2019.
Court officer to please pull up 083249-TR-AT Part 1 RED2, and it can take up the entire screen. Witness, the document that you can see on the screen now, is this your 2019 SPO interview?
Po, kjo është.
Yes, this is the interview.
You had an opportunity to refamiliarize yourself with the contents of this interview.
Po, më është dhënë mundësia
Yes, I was given this opportunity last week.
In session, you indicated some changes and clarifications to this interview. Is that right?
mendoj që po.
I believe it is.
These changes were reflected in a note that was read back to you, correct?
Po,
Correct.
Confirm that what was read back in that note reflects your changes fully and accurately.
po,
I do.
And subject to the changes provided in that note, does this accurately reflect what you said and what you would say if asked again in court today?
mendoj që po.
I believe it does.
Your Honor, we would say that fulfills the Rule 154 criteria. In accordance with decision FO 2328, the SPO hereby tenders all of the latest revised version of 083249TR as it appears in our presentation queue, along with preparation note 1. And this is ERN 121695 to 121702. This tender also includes the associated exhibits listed in footnote 98 of this witness's Rule 154 decision.
Any objection?
No objection.
No objection.
No, Your Honor.
083249-TR-AT, Part 1, RED 2, plus Note 1, 121695 to 121702, and the associated exhibits are all admitted.
Thank you, Your Honors. Statement which is 083249-TR, Part 1 revised RED 2, and I note that there are 9 parts of this statement. Will be assigned exhibit number P01327, and for the part 1 will be P01327.1. For the part 2 in both languages, it's going to be P01327.2. For the part 3, it's going to be P01327.3. For the part 4 will be P01327.4. For the part 5, it's going to be P01327.5. For the part 6, it's going to be P01327.7. For the part 8, it's going to be P01327.8. And for the part 9, it's going to be P01327.9, all classified as confidential. As for the preparation note 1, which is DRN 121695 to 121702, it will be assigned exhibit number P01328, currently classified as confidential. As for the associated exhibits, U001-7877 to U001-7877 in both languages, it will be assigned exhibit number P01329. The ERN 083226 to 083226 in both languages, it will be assigned the exhibit number P01330, currently classified as confidential. The associated exhibit with the ERN U000-6605 to U000-6605 in both languages will be assigned exhibit number 1331. I'll repeat it, P01331. The associate exhibit IT-03-66 P29 in both languages, English and Albanian, will be assigned the exhibit number P01332, currently classified as confidential. The ERN 083-227 to 083-248 in both English and Albanian, with particular pages 083-227 to 083-239 in both English and Albanian, will be assigned exhibit number P01333, currently classified as confidential. The next associated exhibit, which is again a portion from the previously mentioned range, which is 083-227 to 083-248, and in particular pages 083-240 to 083-240 in both languages, will be assigned exhibit number P01334, currently classified as confidential. From the same range, and in particular the pages 083-241 to 083-242 in both English and Albanian, will be assigned the exhibit number 1335, and I'll repeat, it's a P01335, currently classified as confidential. Pages 083-243 to 083-243 in both English and Albanian will be assigned exhibit number 1336, currently classified as confidential. Pages of the same range as previously mentioned, which are ERN 083-244 to 083-244 in both English and Albanian, will be assigned the exhibit number P01337, currently classified as confidential. The next pages, which is the ERN 083-245 to 083-245 in both English and Albanian, will be assigned exhibit number P01338, currently classified as confidential. ERN 083-246 to 083-246 in both English and Albanian will be assigned exhibit number P01339. ERN 0, currently classified as confidential. 083-247 to 083-247 in both English and Albanian will be assigned the exhibit number P01340, and the ERN 083-227 to 083-248, in particular pages 083-248 to 083-248 in both English and Albanian, will be assigned exhibit number P01341, currently classified as confidential. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you, Mr. Helling.
And thank you, Mr. Court Officer. Your Honor, we did have a brief summary for this witness, which we can read now before continuing.
Mr. President, if I could just raise one point. I don't think the statements are currently classified as confidential. I think perhaps the prosecution can indicate if there are portions of it that need to be redacted. Otherwise, I think they should be in public. They should be public.
If redactions of it are needed, then it needs to maintain its confidential classification. There are indeed a great many parts of the statements that can be discussed in open session, and there is no problem with doing that. But the classification of the item itself, we would ask that it just maintain its confidential status.
Your Honor, if it's a 154 statement and it's what the testimony would have been on direct, and he's now said he wished to testify in public, then I think that testimony should be public, and unless there are particular portions that are sensitive because they discuss matters that are covered by a protective order, then that can be redacted, but I think his testimony should be public.
I understand the point you've raised, and we will rule on it later on. Go ahead.
Yes, another alternative before doing the summary is that when we do the review of redactions for the transcript of this witness, we could also review the statement given counsel's submission.
Can I have a date by which you would have that completed?
It would be the standard deadline as the transcript for this witness. Again, his protective measures were varied in the last 20 minutes, so we haven't yet applied our mind to it.
You all can talk about this inter partes and come up with a solution. It doesn't seem like it's that difficult.
Yes, thank you. W04744 is a former KLA soldier in the Pastrick operational zone. W04744 speaks about how the zone worked, including the authority of the KLA General Staff. Witness, I now have some additional questions that I would like to ask you, and if we could ask the court officer to please pull up the first map annexed to Preparation Note 2. This is 121703 to 121713, and it's page 121712. And please put that on the screen. Witness, as this is being put on the screen, in your preparation session, did you indicate on a map the areas of responsibility of brigades in the Pastrick operational zone in July 1998?
På.
Yes, I did.
And witness, is the map on the screen that map?
På.
Yes, it is.
Witness, in the interest of having this map be as clear as possible, and perhaps with the assistance of the court usher as necessary, I would ask you to mark the same areas of responsibility you indicated in the preparation session. Could you, using the in-court tool, mark the area of the 123rd Brigade as you drew it on this map? Thank you, witness. You anticipated my next question to indicate that on the brigade. Now, as I understand it, you've split this into battalions with the divisions. Can you indicate where the 1st Battalion of the 123rd Brigade was? Which of these is that? And then the 2nd?
Bataljoni I tretë
The 3rd Battalion was not formed and it did not function during the war. It was, however, foreseen for it to operate in this area.
The dashed line is on the bottom of this shape.
po.
Yes. I indicated it here with dashed lines because it did not function in this area. However, the plan was for it to function.
To indicate where some of the nearby brigades were on the same map, where was the area of responsibility of Brigade 121 at this time, which again is July 1998? Thank you, witness. Could you do the same for Brigade 122? And again for Brigade 124.
Zona e përgjithësisë brigadës një
The area of responsibility of Brigade 124 was mainly the municipality of Rahovets. The other part bordering Brigade 122, 123 is
zona komanda
the command in that period of time was in Zatrich.
Now, witness, is there, in the area of Brigade 124, am I correct that that extends as far down as Optarush and Reti on this map?
po.
Yes. This point here is Op de Rouge, then Reti, and this one is Zachisht. Yes.
Where Zoshist is? Because the location isn't on the map itself.
Zatriç.
Zatrich.
Ah.
Zochisht, okay.
Mendoj se duhet me
I think it should be here.
One last question. It says, was there a general staff special battalion with an area of responsibility in this area?
na kemi ditë që po
We thought there was one. This is about a special battalion led by Commander Guri in the area of Lanisht and Gerichevs.
Indicate the area where you understood that battalion to operate.
që zona edhe një herë që kjo
Again, the zone is this one.
filluar me
Now bordering Brigade 121 and Brigade 123.
And the witness has indicated BSP at that place. Witness, this doesn't need to be drawn on the map, but just a quick question. Was there a special unit in the 123rd Brigade?
إذن her
Can you please ask the question again?
In 1998, was there a special unit of the 123rd Brigade?
Kachani city
There was a small unit we refer to as a special unit. It functioned within the 1st Battalion of Brigade 123.
Unit?
Kachan VB Krasny.
VB Krasnichi.
Thank you. Your Honor, we were going to tender this map at a later point in the examination, but for the moment, we would ask the court officer to please take a picture of the map as annotated, because this will be the one that we intend to tender along with the second map later. Once that's done, it can be removed from the screen, and then U0002995 to U0002995, we would ask to be pulled up. And witness, as this next document is being pulled up on the screen, in July 1998, was the Pastric Zone in communication with other zones?
Po diçka në korrekt no
Sometime in July So in July 1998, there were no operative zones. Maybe they were on paper as a concept, but they were not functional.
When you say it was not functional, is this in relation to the Pastric operational zone as well?
po
Yes, including the Pastric zone, because I know more about the Pastric operational zone, and I have very little information about the other zones.
Now, witness, you said in your preparation session, and this would be P01328, paragraph 13, that KLA units in Pastric reported to the General Staff throughout the war, but this area only started functioning as an operational zone in December 1998, because this was when Commander Drini became the zone commander. Witness, is that correct?
po
Yes,
Mean when you said the zone was not functioning as a zone in July 1998?
Kur tham këtë
when I say this, what I have in mind is the fact that Brigade 123, from the moment it was set up in July, it communicated with the General Staff, namely with the head of the General Staff, Bislim Zirabi, not with the zone.
When communicating with the territory of other areas that become operational zones, to say it that way, how was that communication organized in July 1998?
shikoni unë në korrekt
Look, in July 98, I was a commander of a platoon, and my task was to prepare soldiers, train them in using weapons and combat activities. With respect to the organizational aspects, I am not really informed, but to my knowledge, the communication was done with the general staff, namely with Bislim Zirabi.
Know if the territory of the Pastric operational zone was communicating with the territory of the Ducagini zone in July 1998?
Po ai komunikim është
There was such communication, but it was between Brigade 123 and the Ducagini operational zone, namely with the units of Ramushardina.
Now, witness, I'd like to turn your attention to the document on the screen, and specifically the left side, because that's in Albanian. This is dated 28 July 1998, and it's a request to the Suareka staff for basic food supplies. Aid requested to supply our staff is written. Witness, is this an example of communication between zones?
po këtu kemi bëjmë me
Yes, but we're dealing here with a regional KLA command or staff. So we're talking about units before the brigade was formed. There were regional local staffs as they were in Rahoves, Malishev, Soarek. So initially these were local staffs, regional staffs, in the course of the month of June. In July 98, these staffs then were transformed into brigades.
On the top here, it says Ducagene operational staff, Glojan local staff. Were these names of how that territory in Kosovo was described in July 1998?
po në pas këtij dokument
Based on this document, it appears that this was the case. However, I'm personally not really acquainted or informed in relation to these developments.
And as I understand it, you have not seen this specific request before the preparation session. Is that right?
nuk e kam pa.
I haven't, that's right.
Yeah. But you said that there were requests like this that were received by the Suhareka staff.
Për sa I përket çështjes
With respect to the cooperation, I know, because there were other circumstances in which a group of soldiers helped, assisted the Ducagini operational zone. Perhaps in our exchange we are confusing concepts. We're talking about zones at a time where there were no zones. So I apologize in advance if I make mistakes in referring to these concepts, but in July, August, there was a communication between the units operating in Soareka with the units operating in Ducagini, specifically in Glojan.
Witness, and Your Honor, we would say that the witness's explanation is clear and that this ICTY exhibit originally provided by the Serbian authorities should be admitted.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection. Nothing from me.
Okay, the exhibit is admitted. Please give it a number.
Your Honors, U0002995 to U0002995 in both English and Albanian will be signed exhibit number P01342, currently classified as confidential. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you.
And we'd ask the court officer to now please pull up P1327.1, and this would be page 23 to 24 in the English and 27 in the Albanian.
While that's being pulled up, Mr. President, I don't see a reason why the document that was just admitted needs to be confidential.
No objection to reclassifying.
The document U00, I'm sorry, U002995 is reclassified as public.
Yes, it is now P01342, classified as public. Thank you, Your Honors.
Witness, I'd now like to turn to the time when your 123rd Brigade appointment was communicated to you. And I'm asking the court officer now to pull up a page of your statement that I wanted to ask you a question about. We go to the bottom of the page in the English. And so, witness, at this point, you are disagreeing with the characterization that you were elected. And it says the following. Again, the words, he was elected, but that's not the right word, commander of Brigade 123 in Kurtesh Fondai, but actually it was Hashim Thaçi who named me, who gave me the position of commander Brigade 123 on the 6th of October. And we understand that that's 1998. Witness, my question is, what exactly does Hashim Thaçi say when communicating this appointment to you?
On that day, on 6th of October 1998, he communicated my appointment to me. As I explained, the appointments of commanders at brigade level were carried out by the General Staff and by the Chief of Staff, Bislim Zurabi. So Hashim Thaçi communicated the appointment to me and said that I had the right to form the brigade without the need for verification for the commanding staff.
What did it mean to form the brigade at this time? This was 6 October 1998.
Po, ndoshta kur flitet
When we jump up, maybe it's not that understandable. I need to explain that in September 1998, we had an offensive in Budakov area. Even before that, in August 1998. So I can say that the command of the brigade and the army at the time was dispersed. So seeing it necessary to consolidate and to continue the work of the brigade, I think this was the result of that. And from this moment on, we started with the consolidation of the ranks of the brigade. We should not forget the fact that Blerim Kuchi, as brigade commander at the time, was in Albania, and all other members of the command of the brigade were with him at the time in Albania.
Answer about the brigade being dispersed. At around this time, approximately how many soldiers were there still in the 123rd Brigade?
The 123rd Brigade in this phase, that is end of September, beginning of October, comprised of 600 soldiers, in 2 battalions, which were within the territory of Semetisht, Reshtan, and Pechan.
From this moment on, we started with a consolidation of the ranks of the brigade. Is the moment you're referring to for when you started the end of this meeting with Hashim Thaçi?
Konsolidimi ka fillu
The consolidation started even a bit earlier, but we intensified our activities as of that date because we had full authority and competencies to continue with the work.
You start exercising your functions as brigade commander as soon as this meeting ended.
po.
Yes.
One last question on this. Hashim Thaçi also said you had the right to form the brigade without the need for verification for the commanding staff. I was just wondering if you could explain further what that means.
Po ne kemi qenë në situatë lufte
We were in a war situation, and for every formality, can this be done or that be done, made our work more difficult. So my conviction is that on this occasion, Hashim Thaçi fully trusted me, and he wanted to put the most meriting persons on commanding position.
Is this verification without the need for the commanding staff? First of all, is the commanding staff the general staff when you say that?
po pasi mungonte zona na
Since there was no zone at that time, this refers to the chief of staff of the KLA.
And was the responsibility of the chief of staff of the KLA, are you referring to the general staff, the chief of the general staff?
po.
Yes. Chief of the General Staff appointed brigade commanders and approved the members of the brigade command.
The rule at the time generally to have such appointments approved by the general staff?
Nga shefi I shtabit përgjithshëm
By the chief of general staff, yes.
And why was that authority delegated to you by Hashim Thaçi here?
po kam bindjen se ai pat besim
I believe that he had full faith in me. Maybe that was communicated to him by the chief of staff, but at that time, the chief of staff was not in the territory of Kosovo. That's why it was communicated in this way. However, it is possible that Hashim Thaçi had contact and communication with the chief of staff, and I believe that is correct.
In paragraph, and this is paragraph 23 of P 1328, in preparation note 1, you wrote, from July to November 1998, it was the commander of the brigade who made appointments. These were then approved by the general staff, usually Bislam Zarapi. A different appointment would be necessary if not so approved, but such matters generally fell under the brigade commander's authority. Witness, is that answer of yours reflected in the preparation note describing the general system of how things worked at this time?
në princip në atë formë është dashur me funksionë.
In principle, it should have functioned that way, and I believe that is how it functioned.
I'd now like the court officer to please pull up SPOE 002266718 to SPOE 002266719, and specifically the second page, which is SPOE 002266719. And witness, I just want to ask you a question about a document in which your name appears. If we go to page 2. It's a signed report that says 24 November 1998, 3rd Platoon Commander Hakif Kadriai. Do you know who Hakif Kadriai is?
Kaçan
He was commander in a platoon of the 2nd Battalion, that is the Budakov Battalion.
And it says on the left side of this page, on 10/10/1998, an order was given by Ice Marina, who said that he received the order from the brigade commander, Kurtesh Fondai, that soldiers shall carry out reconnaissance during the day, unarmed, and guard duty during the night, armed. Let them operate as a civilian protection force and not roam around armed. The order was given that all soldiers shall disperse and operate each of them in their villages. Witness, did you give an order to Isa Marina around 10 October 1998?
me konstituimin
With the constitution of the brigade command, I gave the tasks and specifically directed them as to what they should do and how they should do it up to a moment of rehabilitation following the offensive. And according to the dates, this was 24, 25 days following the offensive on the 2nd Battalion. The commander formulated it in this manner as in the document, but I do not know exactly what I ordered, but this is true.
Isa Marina, is that right?
Is Morina not cook?
Yes, Is Morina was an authority for leading the 2nd Battalion of the Budakov in Budakov.
Had any intelligence functions at other points in the war?
Later on in December, there was a reconstruction, change in staff in the 123 Brigade, but at that time I had already assumed the position of the Chief of Staff in the Pashlik operational zone. The interpreter did not hear the last sentence that the witness said.
Witness, could you repeat your last sentence? It wasn't picked up by the interpretation.
In December, there were changes in the staff of the 123 Brigade Command. Nejmeddin Kasrati became commander, and he changed the personnel, the structure of the brigade. In that context, Is Morina could have been appointed the person in charge for intelligence and counterintelligence, but I'm not sure.
Your Honor, I see the time for a break, but we would tender this item now. It's SPOE 00226718 to 226719. It's a signed and dated report. The witnesses confirm the general accuracy of the order that he's described as providing, and this is a seized item from Rajab Salimi.
Any objection?
No objection.
None? All right. SPOE 00226718 to SPOE 00226719 is admitted.
And we will assign this exhibit number P01343, currently classified as confidential. Thank you, Your Honors.
And Your Honors, I note the time for the mid-session break.
All right, we will take a short break, 10 minutes. Witness, we'll take a 10-minute break, and then you'll be back in the courtroom. We're adjourned until 10:10.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated, please. Madam Usher, please bring the witness in.
And if it assists the court officer, the next document we're asked to have on the screen is P1338.
Be seated. All right, Matt.
Thank you, Your Honor. And we'd ask the court officer, it's P1338 to have on the screen. Witness, I'd now like to turn to your time as the Pastrick Operational Zone Chief of Staff. First of all, during what period of time were you in this position?
Në përgjithë
As Chief of Staff of Pastrick Operational Zone, I was between December 1998 and January and February 1999. In the end of February, I made a request to be transferred to another commanding structure, and this was approved, and I joined the Sector for Education and Training within the General Staff in March.
You mentioned before the break that Nesmuddin Castrati succeeded you as 123rd Brigade Commander. After you stopped serving as Chief of Staff of the Pastrick Operational Zone, who succeeded you in that role?
nëse nuk gaboj,
If I'm not mistaken, again, Nejmedin Kastrati. He replaced me as Chief of Staff of Pacific Operational Zone.
Now, witness, there's an order that you provided on 3 January 1999. The English is on the screen. I think the Albania is coming any moment. But early on in your period as Pastric Operational Zone Chief of Staff, were you asked to assist the 124th Brigade?
Po,
Yes. In fact, I was not asked, but I was ordered to do that, and I carried out that order in consolidation with the commander of the 124th Brigade. At the time, its command was in Reti village.
Left the order that you're describing now?
po, ky,
Yes, this is a document.
What was the assistance that you provided to this brigade?
po, në këtë urdhër
Well, the order contains the specific tasks, and you can look at them. These were the tasks that I know we worked on. Following this, I composed a written report on the findings related to the work that I carried out and the tasks that I gave the members of the command regarding future activities.
Of this brigade while you were fulfilling these duties?
po kjo shkon me automatizëm.
Yes, this is done automatically. The moment I am installed in the command of the brigade, the command of the brigade from that moment onwards was under my command. And as foreseen in the order, I gave the duty to Skender Hoxha, and then I returned to the command of the operational zone in Kostarc.
Mentioned that you gave the duty to Skender Hoxha. Was Skender Hoxha the commander of the 124th Brigade at the moment you were taking up these responsibilities?
Po Skënder Hoxha ishte edhe
Yes, even before that, he was commander of that brigade, but there were difficulties, and the command of the zone, that is the commander of the operational zone, Ekrem Reja, saw it necessary, and this was issued based on the order of the Chief of Staff of the General Staff. So this was also envisaged by the General Staff and Bislim Zurabi to send officers as assistants to the 124 Brigade. And I acted pursuant to this order.
Was Skender Hoxha a professional soldier like yourself?
me sa mbaj men,
As far as I remember, he was a military person. He had completed secondary military education.
When you say secondary military education, was that the same level of military experience that you had?
jo, unë kam
No, it wasn't. I graduated from the Technical Military Academy, and I had a rank as an officer, the rank of lieutenant, whereas Skender had a non-commissioned officer rank.
The non-commissioned officer rank is lower than the rank that you had, correct?
Yes, the rank of a sergeant is a non-commissioned officer rank.
Difficulties in Skender Hoxha's command of the zone that you were going to assist with?
According to this document, as I can see, the purpose was to see the number, the strength of this brigade. When we would ask for reports in the zone regarding the situation in the brigade, Skender Hoxha would never have information to give. So the point was to see how would we be able to improve this situation so that he could include all the data regarding the structure that was under his command. There were also other elements, but now a long time has passed and I could only be guessworking.
Do you know if the problems in Skender Hoxha's brigade continued after you left the zone?
I don't know the specific problems he had. I myself had a lot of work to do and did not deal with this issue.
Thank you. We now ask the court officer to please pull up SPOE 00232-264 to SPOE 00232-265 and the first page specifically. Witness, I'd now like to ask you some questions about the detention of Blaram Kuchi, which you discussed in your SPO interview, and in particular the statement that you gave in Blaram Kuchi's defense. First of all, if you look at the document, you see indictment, and you see some allegations in the paragraph below. Are these the same allegations that were made against Blaram Kuchi?
I saw this document during the preparations with you, Mr. Prosecutor. I had never seen this document before. However, based on what is written in there, I, as a member of the KLA, was convinced at the time that this was the issue based on which Blaram was being accused.
Thank you. And if we scroll to the bottom of this page, where it indicates witnesses, and you see your name along with Habib El-Shani and Elaz Kadoli, are these the witnesses in Blaram Kuchi's proceeding?
I was, yes. Since we mentioned this, there is another witness, but his name is not included here. When we went to give statements, Yusuf Krasniqi was there with me, and he also gave a statement, but his name is not listed here.
These three names, including yours, were witnesses in this case, right?
Nëse zgaboj po.
If I'm not mistaken, yes, I myself was. I don't know precisely about the other two, but I myself was.
Thank you. And if we can now pull up SPOE 002318141 to SPOE 002318443, and specifically page 2, which is SPOE 002318442 in Albanian and English. And witness, this says it's an appeal document by Blaram Kuchi's defense. And if you look at paragraph 2 here, you see very particularly, this is proven, if we can zoom out. Yeah, very particularly this is proven by the witness statement of Kurtesh Fondai, and then it goes on to give a summary of your evidence. And my question to you is this summary accurate as to what you said about Blaram Kuchi?
Po.
Yes. I stated more than it is here, but this is a summary, yes.
Statement?
Deklaratën
I gave this statement before the prosecutor, or at least that's what I thought he was. I gave this statement in Divjak. I don't know exactly the date, but it was during the month of February 1999.
You to give that statement.
Unë deklaratën e kom dhënë para Sokol.
I gave the statement before Sokol Dobruna, and I always had the conviction that he was the prosecutor in the case against Blerim Kuchi. I gave this statement in the presence of the defense counsel of Blerim Kuchi and a note taker who recorded everything that I said in a notebook.
Thank you. I understand that. My question, I'll ask it a little differently. Who asked you to give the statement in the first place? Who asked you to go to Divjaka to give the statement?
Dikush I ka kërkuar komandantit zonës, Ekrem Regj.
Someone asked the commander of the zone, Ekrem Reja, and he informed me then that I had to go to Klej for a statement regarding Blerim Kuchi. Now, who precisely wanted me to go there and give that statement, that I don't know.
And Your Honor, if we could ask for clarification then of paragraph 24 of the preparation note 2.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Witness, it said in the preparation note that you came to Divjaka at the behest of Blerim Kuchi's defense to give this statement. Is that correct?
Ka mujt me kanën edhe
Could be based on his request. But I understood your following, you as follows. Who told you to give a statement? This is how I understood your question. But this could be true, what you are saying, that I went upon the request of the Blerim Kuchi's council. I'm not saying anything against what you just said, Mr. Prosecutor.
I understand. And you mentioned that Sokol de Bruna was there and you understood him to be the prosecutor. Why did you understand that he was the prosecutor in the proceeding?
Unë deklaratën e kam thënë para tij,
I gave a statement to him. He asked questions. I gave answers to the questions put by Sokolli Bruna, who, in my eyes, was a prosecutor. Because I don't know how otherwise the question would have been put to me.
Okay, so you understood he was the prosecutor because he was the one asking you questions. Is that correct?
pikërisht edhe unë
Precisely. And to this day, I am convinced that I gave evidence in front of a prosecutor.
Two items, SPOE 00232-264 to 00232-265, and then SPOE 00231-841 to 231-843 are seized items from Jakub Krasniqi. They've been meaningfully contextualized by the witness, and they form part of a group of other similar items of this kind. And just to give an example, P1106 is a military police report of 16 January 1999 with the number of PP599. A report of the same day with the same number is actually on top of the first tendered item's second page. So we would submit that the admissibility threshold is met for both of these documents.
Your Honour, we do oppose. We have the usual objection to the conduct of the search operation. These are, as I understand it, documents that were seized from a workstation. As such, they're documents the witness has never seen before, and when they were prepared, whether or when they were actually printed and left the workstation, are not matters that this witness can answer to, or indeed who prepared them.
Anyone else? All right. SPOE 00232264 to SPOE 00232265 and SPOE 00231-841 to SPOE 00231-843 are both admitted, meeting the prima facie standard of Rule 138. You may go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honors. The SPOE 00232-264 to SPOE 00232-265 will be assigned exhibit number P01344, currently classified as confidential, and this goes for both Albanian and English version of the document. And for the ER and SPOE 00231-841 to SPOE 231-843 in both English and Albanian, it will be assigned exhibit number P01345, currently classified as confidential. Thank you, Your Honors.
Can these be reclassified as well?
Yes, they can.
Both of those documents, P1344 and P1345, are reclassified as public.
Thank you, Your Honors. It will be reclassified.
Thank you. The next item for the court officer, this is the second map. So this is 121703 to 121713, and then the last page, P121713. If that could be pulled up on the screen. Witness, I would now like to turn to February 1999, and this was in the period where you were the Pastric Operational Zone Chief of Staff. In your preparation session, were you also asked to mark a map of the areas of responsibility of the brigades in the zone at that time?
po,
Yes.
And just as we did earlier with the July 1998 map, we would ask you to trace over, with any assistance of the court usher as required, the different areas of responsibility as of that time. As Your Honors will see when the map is on the screen, it is a zoomed out version of the previous one.
Witness, please wait until we get it on the screen. All right, we're all up now.
Thank you. So witness, just as we did before, if we could start with drawing the area of responsibility of the 123rd Brigade on this map.
May I? Can the image be zoomed in a little bit more?
I think so.
Witness, is it clear or does it need to be zoomed in further?
Bom,
That's fine. That's fine.
So again, if we could start as before with the 123rd Brigade and its battalions.
edhe pak nëse bën me rrit.
If we can enlarge it a little bit more, because I can't read some of the names.
Your Honor, at this point, if we enlarge it, we're going to lose the save, the already marked document.
Your Honors, given that the witness has just started and he's requested to have it zoomed in, we would ask that it be zoomed in and that the witness just redraw the brigade in question.
Jo, pastaj zvoglojmë që atë
We can then zoom out as I draw. I only need it enlarged as I'm drawing the part around the Suarega municipality.
And I still think that the witness wanted, I think a zoomed in version would make sense given what the witness has said. Just to make sure that everything is drawn correctly, we'll just redraw this part.
Yeah, in that case, we would need to ask witness to stop proceeding with.
So witness, if you could just stop annotating this version, we're going to zoom in one more level and then draw it again. Witness, is that sufficient in order to draw what you need to?
në rregull është.
That's fine.
You to the court officer. So witness, just begin again with the 123rd Brigade, please. The witness is jumping ahead, of course, but these are all subsequent brigades that I'm asking the witness to mark. So this is, the witness is marked B124 on the map as well.
Brigada niçin
Brigade 123 is delineated in the southern part, in the western part with the Rahovets, namely with Brigade 124. On the southern part with Brigade 125. A battalion of this brigade had its command in Kabash. The Budakova battalion from Brigade 121. The 2nd battalion in Budakova.
sonra
The command of the brigade was in Breshan's neighborhood in Nishor village, and the operative zone, there was the zone command.
So that we keep everything in an orderly fashion. What you've just written as ZOP, is that the command for the Pastric Operational Zone or for the 123rd Brigade?
ZOP
ZOP is the Pastric Operational Zone Command in the northern part. When it says Nishor, is the command of Brigade 123rd, 23.
Dash line, these are the other two battalions of the same brigade, correct?
po
Correct. Battalion 1, Battalion 2. And the third one was meant to be, but did not come into effect. It never functioned on the ground, represented with a dash line. Despite the fact that there were attempts, actually an increase in capacities and capabilities of Brigade 123. There were two other battalions on the same area where Battalion 1 was operating, but this happened after March. I was asked to make this drawing for the period of time January and February.
The number that you've written that straddles the battalion line, is that a B123? Is that correct?
bërë 123
123.
123
Brigade 123. The B1 and
Now delineate where the 121st Brigade was.
Niçin 21 kufizohet
121 is bordering Brigade 123 in this part, then continues to Bay, up to the gorge of Lapushnik. On this side we have the main road to Stime, close to Stime. So this area was the area of responsibility of Brigade 121.
brigada
Brigade 122 is controlled the area in the municipality of Malisheva up to the main road. So this area was under Brigade 122, whose command was in Daragobil and specifically in Marali, the point I just indicated.
.SP, is that the General Staff Special Battalion you were drawing in July 1998?
4.
Yes, yes. It was operating in Lanisht, stationed in Lanisht, and the Commander Brigade 121 was in Kletsk.
It says OP Narodima. What is that?
Garnizonen operativ
This is the Narodim operational zone.
Point before we leave this map. You've indicated the brigade headquarters on the map for the 123rd Brigade and the zone, but it would be helpful if you could indicate the headquarters of the other brigades at this time. Where was the 121st Brigade headquarters?
Brigada nişinsteni
Brigade 121 had its command in Kletsk.
offer
Close to the area of the General Staff in Divyak. So the circle here on the map is where the command of the General Staff was thought to be.
Where the 122nd Brigade command was, but can you just indicate that on the map?
brigadas nişinistete 3
The command of Brigade 123 is in Breshans, in the village of Nishar.
122nd Brigade.
niçin brigada nişinisti 2
Brigade 122 had its command in the village of Dragovil, exactly in Marali. These are two adjacent villages.
If you could indicate that on the map, the headquarters.
për këtë fazë brigada ka pa
During this time, the brigade had its command in Areti.
25th Brigade headquarters.
125 që ka funksionuar
Brigade 125 functioned with several battalions, one of which operated in Kabash, and its command was in the village of Kabash. I don't know about the other parts, including Vrin and other areas. I've never been in that area, that territory during the war.
Thank you, witness. I think that's clear. Unless the court has any questions for the witness about his map, we would ask to tender this map as well as the July 1998 map annotated in the courtroom today. The ERNs of these is 121712 to 121713.
No objection.
No, Your Honor.
All right, both versions of the map will be admitted and will be assigned a single P number.
Your Honor, the first map that was marked by the witness, which is now REG 01181 to REG 01181, marked currently classified as confidential, and the second map, which is REG 01182 to REG 01182, currently classified as confidential, will be assigned the exhibit number P01346. Thank you, Your Honors.
And Your Honor, needless to say, these can be classified as public as well.
Both maps are reclassified as public.
Thank you, Your Honors.
So witness, staying in February 1999, I'd like to show you an additional document. This is 066777, and if that could be put on the screen. If it assists, the Albanian page is found in a slightly larger range of 066767 to 066797, but it's the same page, 066777. Witnesses, this document's being pulled up on the screen. In your capacity as Pastric Operational Zone Chief of Staff, when you issued orders, did you have a standing protocol number that you used?
Në fazën e dhjetorit.
In the period of time in December, end of December, in particular in January and February, we have a very strict protocol in the Pastric operational zone.
Number?
Jo.
No, I don't.
So if we can just focus on the order that's on the screen here, and if we can scroll down just a little in the Albanian just to see the signature. So, and a little bit up, thank you. Now, witness, is that your signature on this order?
Po.
Yes.
Pro NO 02-173. Does that refresh your recollection as to your protocol number?
Zero two
02173. Yes, this is the protocol number.
This is a transfer ordinance, as indicated. In the preamble, it says here, based on GS rules and regulations, points 1, 2, and 15, for service needs in order to improve military readiness. What are those regulations?
Nuk muj me më kujtu tash.
I'm not able to remember exactly what regulation are we talking about. Is this about internal work issues? I'm not able to say what exactly said the regulation or the regulations, but I can say that in December we tasked assigned personnel to prepare regulations. We read some of them, we approved some of them at the command or the Pastric Operational Zone Staff Command, and then we acted based on those. In January, numerous regulations were issued dealing with the internal organizational matters and work and tasks of the Kosovo Liberation Army, in particular regarding the zone level.
In your last answer, you were acting on the basis of regulations. Is this is this what's cited here, the basis for the ordinance that appears below?
Detajet nuk
I don't remember the details of it. However, I can say something. An ordinance is an official order issued at the time, and I stand by it.
So, as I understand it, these provisions that are cited at the front of the order, you don't recall from what they said in the GS rules and regulations. Is that right?
nuk I di.
I don't know them. Today, I don't know them.
Was this ordinance issued on the basis of these provisions, even if you don't remember them?
Po nuk ka kuptim me qenë dispozit.
It it wouldn't make sense for provisions to contain certain things and the ordinance contain other different things. So they should be compatible. So these points must certainly refer and deal with the issues dealt further down.
We tender this for admission as well.
Any objection?
No objection.
Your Honor, is it just this page being tendered? Can I just check?
Yes, counsel is correct. It's just this page being tendered, 066777.
Yes, there's no objection to that page.
066077 plus the Albanian version is admitted. Be assigned an exhibit number.
And will be, Your Honors, assigned the exhibit number P01347, and it's currently classified as confidential.
Yes, it can be.
This will be reclassified as public.
It's noted, Your Honors. Thank you.
Apologies, Your Honor. This particular item is actually going to require a redaction to something that appears beneath the order. So we would actually need to maintain the confidential classification of this page. A redacted version could be public. But I think if you can't see it on the page because I've deliberately not scrolled that, but there is another witness's signature at the bottom of this page.
We'll withhold ruling then, based on that.
Thank you.
Withhold ruling on the classification only.
Your Honors, in that case, P01347 will remain confidential. Thank you.
And this will probably be an item we can at least start before the break. U001-2310 to U001-2319, and specifically U001-2317. Witness, as this document is being pulled up on the screen, in February 1999, did you participate in a training for KLA battalion candidates?
Po,
Yes, I did participate. Although I was not included or part as the initial plan, but an officer was missing, Gzim Hazaroli, so I replaced him and gave 2 hours lecture with the battalion commanders in February 1999 in Nishor.
Who spoke to this same group?
po zona operative e Pashtrikut ka
The Pashtik operational zone at that time had several career officers, and most of them gave lectures in this event, starting with his own commander, Ekrem Reja, Süleyman Kolçakov. If I'm not mistaken, there was also Sadiq Halit Yaha, who gave a speech, and others.
Are these notes from the talk that you gave during your lecture? And if we can scroll a little bit further down on the English page to see your name. Yeah, so it's U0012317 is the correct ERN. So if we need to move the English to a different page. Thank you. Now, witness, I'll ask my question again. Are these notes from the talk that you gave to this group of candidates? It says your name and it's dated 18 February 1999.
lidhe me specifikat e trajnimit unë kam.
I have forgotten details about the training specifics, but I know these were operational documents. Now, was this a unit or not? I don't remember. I don't remember its content. I do remember, though, that I gave a 2-hour lecture in relation to the preparation of operational or operative documents.
And are these the same topics that are discussed on this page that you were talking about?
Po,
Yes.
Finish with this document after the break. I see the time.
All right, witness, we'll take a half-hour break at this time so that you can relax a bit. Please do not talk to anybody about your testimony outside of the courtroom, and we will see you in a half hour.
5 minutes.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, just from the SPO side, we'll finish in the first half of the next session.
Thank you very much. We're adjourned until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. You may bring the witness in, Madam Usher. All right, witness, can you hear okay?
Po,
Good.
Yes, Your Honor.
Still has some more questions for you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Witness, we would like to stay on this lecture set document that we've been talking about. You mentioned before the break that Ekrem Reja and you think Sadiq Khalid Yaha also spoke in the context of this training course. If we could please go to page U0012311. And witness, do you see lecturer Ekrem Reja Drini, Monday, 15 February, on this page?
po, Pasha.
Yes, I can see that.
Go to page U0012314. And witness, what is the name in the upper left-hand corner of this page? Witness, do you want me to repeat my question?
Musli, po m'duket nuk.
Musli, I cannot quite read it.
We have in the English translation is Sadiq and then Ali Yaha, and subject KLA War March. And my question is this correspond to what you understood Sadiq Khalid Yaha's speech at this training to be about?
Nuk I di detajet realisht.
I really don't know the details. These are documents that are not mine. I wouldn't like to comment on others' documents. As I said, I remember that Sadiq Khalid Yaha gave a lecture to the candidates for battalion commanders. I am not aware of any details.
If you remember that he gave the lecture, then that's sufficient. And then finally, U0012318. And while that page is being pulled up, do you know a KLA soldier named Musli Kaloli?
Musli Kololi, po.
Musli Kololi, yes.
And what was Musli Kaloli's role in the Pastric operational zone in February 1999?
Musli Kololi në këtë
During that phase, Musli Kololi had tasks within the 123 brigade. Its command was very close to the Pastric operational zone, and this lecture, if he gave one on this issue, he gave it based on his position in 123 brigade.
And the English page still needs to be to correspond to the Albanian one. It's U0012318. But the page itself has Musli Kololi on the top of the page. So U0012, there it is. Thank you to the court officer. So at an earlier point in the war, did Musli Kaloli have intelligence functions in the 123rd Brigade?
po.
Yes.
Misht se ka qenë I kyç.
Initially, he was part of the Budakova battalion, and in the second part, starting from October, I engaged him within the command of 123 Brigade, and there he had the position of Assistant Commander for Intelligence and Counterintelligence.
Subject lecture is criminalistics. Is this something that would be incorporated into KLA trainings?
Po për këtë trajnim
In this particular training, I don't know what the plan was. I only know, as I mentioned, that I replaced Gzim Hazroli for a 2-hour lecture, and that was on the subject of operations. I explained the problems with documents in theory, and then I scheduled some training with the potential candidates.
Not asking about this specific training. My question is more general. I can ask it again. Is criminalistics a topic that would be incorporated into KLA trainings?
Po tash secili resor në kuadër të punës
Well, every sector or department within the framework of their work know their tasks. I was not familiar with all the specifics at brigade level. Once a brigade is formed, the entire team is formed. It is impossible for one person to know everything. The subject treated here, in my opinion, is something that took place in real and was lectured by Musli Kololi.
Right half of this page, because you mentioned that this gentleman had intelligence functions. If you move the page over to the right, it says information is collected directly through a network of collaborators. Information can also be disinformation and has to be confirmed through a network of collaborators. Based on your Yugoslav army experience, is what's being described here tasks of intelligence in a war?
Po me thonë drejtën ka kaluar shumë kohë sa
To tell you the truth, a long time has passed and I cannot be precise. I believe yes, although here about the subject that Kololi deals with, it's criminalistics in general terms. He had completed his education in internal affairs and police, and he was quite knowledgeable about this subject.
Lingering on this document because we tendered it through the bar table and it was dismissed in decision FO 1596 because it required contextualization through a witness. We would submit that we have provided that contextualization and we tender this item for admission at this time. Again, the ERN range is U001-2310 to U001-2319.
Any objection?
Your Honor, we would object following on from the bar table decision that the contextualization is not sufficient. The witness has confirmed it's not his document. He said he wouldn't like to comment on it for that reason. And in terms of the detailed content, we would say that has not been sufficiently contextualized by the witness. He's identified some names from the lectures, but that's all in our submission.
Anybody else?
Just to add that in terms of foundation, the witness in the prep session at prep note 2, paragraph 36 says he's not aware of Muscololi speaking at this lecture.
There appears to be adequate contextualization at this time. He was able to speak with some authority about the entire process, so therefore it will be admitted under the prima facie standard of Rule 138. That is the entire range U001 to 2310 to 001 2319. Please assign an exhibit number.
Thank you, Your Honors. The exhibit number will be P01348, currently classified as confidential. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. And witness, there is one other document in the context of sort of trainings that I wanted to discuss. If the court officer could now please pull up IT-05-87 P02459 and its English translation. This is an ICTY exhibit from the Milutinovic et al. Trial. And if we could start on page 8 in the Albanian, on page 8 in the English and page 6 in the Albanian. And if the stamp on that the ICTY gave to the Albanian page is assistance, it's KO535468. And witness, just one moment for the English version to also be pulled up on the screen. So witness, this has your name on the bottom, and on the top it says plan of command assignments of the operational zone of Pastrick on the date D. And it also says Suhareka, 20 February 1999. Witness, do you know what this document is?
Kemi të bëjmë me një dokument
This is an operational preparatory document regarding the assignment of command in a specific situation.
të zonës operative.
The command of the Pastrik operational zone, that is.
Was it a preparatory document for a specific operation?
Jo, është
No, it's a document that can serve as a model on how to prepare an operational document. It's not related to a concrete situation. That's why it doesn't bear a signature, this document. It is prepared, composed, but it's not signed.
Is that right?
pikërisht.
Exactly.
The page before, we can see the end of a 16-paragraph document that says Commander Ekrem Reja on the bottom. Would Ekrem Reja also contribute model or template documents of the same kind?
Po,
Yes, but within the framework of the zone, we prepared a lot of documents of this kind. A lot of work and effort was put in this respect, that is, in preparing operational documents.
Earlier in the 16-paragraph document, and we go to page 4 in the English, and I believe that's KO535465 in the Albanian. So one page further back. Witness, is this also a template when it says to commander order to attack?
është dokument operativ.
It's an operational preparatory document in case something is undertaken to serve as a template for an order to attack. So it's not an actual order, it's a template, it's a model document.
The template provides our units consisting of a part of the units of the 121st, 122nd, 123rd, 124th, and 125th Brigades, and the PU military police of the SHP General Staff will attack the enemy positions in Malasheva. So is this reference to the General Staff military police the same General Staff military police unit you talk about in your SPO interview?
Tu bëhet fjalë
Here, as we already mentioned, we are dealing with a model document, and according to the specifics, it could only be 1-1, 1-2, and 1-3 brigade, but all other units that more or less existed at the time are specified in this document. Again, this is a material that is a template, not a material that provides the basis to support an action undertaken based on this document.
Your Honor, we would submit that the reference to the General Staff Military Police in a template document, the witness's contextualization of that document, and his confirmation that one of his own documents is part of the same set of templates justifies the admissibility of this set, and we would tender for admission IT 0587 P2459 in both Albanian and English.
Objection?
No objection.
No. IT 0587 P2459 is admitted. Please assign a exhibit number.
Will be assigned exhibit number P01349, currently classified as confidential. Thank you, Your Honors.
Classification?
I believe this can be classified as public, Your Honor.
This P01349 is reclassified as public.
This is noted. Thank you so much, Your Honors.
Thank you. Now, witness, I'd like to talk a little bit more about 1999 and KLA intelligence. Just as a threshold question, you mentioned in preparation note 1, and this is at paragraph 24, that you did not know concretely what the KLA military police was doing, but you know the functions they were supposed to have from the Yugoslav army model. Do you remember saying this last week?
Po,
Yes.
Of KLA intelligence functions based on your same experience?
nuk e di.
I don't know, however, there could be differences. A number of officers from our ranks that had completed their education in the former Yugoslav army schools, we had a certain logic that we followed and based ourselves on the Yugoslav army model. Some parts are maybe taken from other sources and literature where other models are described.
Simply, are you familiar with the tasks of intelligence from your military experience in the former Yugoslavia?
Po, me një farë aspekti ne
In certain aspects during our education, we had subjects that dealt precisely with the intelligence and counterintelligence sectors. We had these as subjects in the military academy.
So now please pull up U0006462 to U0006464 and the first page specifically. Now, witness, this document is entitled KLA Headquarters for Prizren. I understand you hadn't seen this document before the prep session last week. Is that correct?
sakt.
Correct.
At the top, it talks about the duties of a commander. And is this an accurate description, to the extent that you know, is this an accurate description of a KLA zone commander?
Po këtu shifet
Here you can clearly see that this material was prepared by someone who more or less did not have the experience of a former Yugoslav army officer.
Wasn't about the experience level. My question was about whether the functions are described accurately. Are they?
Po për shkak të asaj po
That's why I said that there is a description, but not fully accurate. In principle, I would say yes.
You said it's accurate in principle, but it's not fully accurate. Which part's not accurate?
ju nuk mundem më lëshuar në këto.
I cannot go into these matters because I'm not prepared. Time has done its part. 25 years have passed. I've not dealt with these problematics, and therefore I cannot go into any discussions regarding this document.
Is this description then accurate to the extent you remember?
Në princip, po them.
In principle, yes.
Question for the Chief of Operations. Is that description accurate to the extent you remember?
Në princip edhe kjo është e saktë.
Again, this too, in principle, is correct.
I'll go to the next page. And specifically, witness, I want to direct you to where it says Assistant Commander for Intelligence and Counterintelligence. It says the commander has his assistants, and the duty is to conduct intelligence and counterintelligence work. He's in charge of collecting information about enemy forces, their size, concentration, and positions. His duty is to find out...
A little slower.
Oh, thank you. His duty is to find out the enemy's plans and type and quantity of armament. His duty is to uncover enemy collaborators and against those that there is sufficient evidence that they are harming the national cause, takes action as necessary. His duty is to check and control KLA members, to find out traitors and those who collaborate with the enemy or share military secrets or positions, etc. He has the authority to act at the company level and in the KLA in general, and every request that he makes to the military police squad must be met. Now, witness, is this an accurate description to the extent you remember of the KLA intelligence commander functions?
Në princip është.
In principle, that's the description. Now, whether it's accurate, whether something was left unsaid, that I don't know. As I said, a long time has passed, and I cannot go into any details or expertise regarding this material.
That the witness's description of these matching his understanding in principle is sufficient for admission. This is an ICTY item seized by the Serb authorities. This particular one was taken by the Serbian MUP at Ljubukev Prizren in September 1998, and it says KLA headquarters Prizren on the first page. We would tender it for admission.
Come in.
Yes, Your Honour. We do oppose that. The witness hasn't seen the document before. He's commenting on something that he cannot really recollect. All he can say really is that he doesn't have anything to contradict it. So we would submit that given the origin of this document and the lack of the identity of the author, the foundation for this document has not been provided, and I would note that it was also not provided the last time it was shown to a witness, which was witness W04765.
Anybody else?
I just have a question on the foundation again. If the prosecution can proffer what is KLA headquarters Prizren, who or which unit that's referring to?
The exact identity of that unit, we don't know any information beyond what's on the page. But what we were asking this witness to do is to describe it at a structural, functional level, and contrary to what the Viselli defense just said, a witness like this not being in a position to contradict that information, we think is meaningful given his qualifications.
Then we do object if the prosecution and the defense doesn't know what unit is, or what is KLA headquarters prison, we object.
We join that objection, Your Honor.
Understood. There's some qualification in his statement, but we will admit the document, but we'll give it the weight we think appropriate given those qualifications.
Your Honors, U0006462 to U0006464 will be assigned in both Albanian and English, will be assigned exhibit number P01350, currently classified as confidential. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. And the next document that we'd ask to have pulled up is SPOE 00226622, and it's a single page. Witness, I'm going to show you a few items that were discussed in your preparation session and ask you some additional questions. And witness, as the English version is being pulled up, am I correct? You hadn't seen this document before the preparation session, is that right?
Këtë dokument e kom pa për herë të parë.
I saw this document for the first time when it was shown to me last week.
I want to separate the persons and positions listed in this document from the accusations made within it. Are the persons and positions in this document, are these KLA members in these positions? Is this accurate in that aspect?
Kryesisht po,
For most of them, yes. Although when it comes to Berim Kuchi, he's not a platoon commander, but he was a company commander. This was a reconnaissance company. The others seem to be all right.
The positions as listed, from when approximately would this list have been made?
duhet me qenë janar.
It must have been January 99. Most likely, because during this period of time, I was personally in the Pashtek operational zone. Although the title says Chief of Operations at Pashtek operational zone, my duty was Chief of Staff. So there are inaccuracies when it comes to titles, but in principle, in general, it's correct.
The accusation. Kurtis Fandai has played a role in the thrashing of KLA in the Suareka region. First of all, is that accusation true? What is your comment on that?
Po, unë nuk më hynë ushtrinë shkrimtare të Kosovës.
I did not join the Kosovo Liberation Army to harm it, but quite on the contrary, to give my best contribution. I did not act by a nickname. I used my first name and last name, and I was fully aware of the consequences I would have to bear if the KLA were to fail. I strongly believed in the Kosovo Liberation Army and tried to give my best to it. However, we have an expression which says, even the sun does not warm everyone the same way. So in this context, if individuals made the remarks regarding my work, it's a normal thing. My purpose and my goal was to give my best contribution to the KLA.
And you disagree that you were thrashing the KLA in the Suhareka region. Is that right?
Saktë që nuk unë luajta.
It's correct, I did not play a role.
Like this during the war?
Me sa di unë,
To my knowledge, formally, no.
About informally?
po jo zyrtarisht, po del që
It would appear to be the case informally. One of them is a document I gave, which indicates that it is the case, but I never received any warnings officially. Quite the contrary, I received a recognition.
I want to focus in your last answer on one of them is a document I gave which indicates that it is the case. Can you just describe the document you're describing in that part of your last answer?
po bëhet fjalë për një
It is about a document prepared by Hadilil Chadarako together with Sadiq Khalitiyaha.
What was Halil Trajaku's role in the KLA in early 1999?
në nivel të zonës operative.
His duty at the Pashtek operational zone was in charge of the intelligence and counterintelligence sector.
Sector, also known as the Information Service?
Nuk I di ashtu.
I don't know that. During the time I acted as a chief of staff, we called it intelligence and counterintelligence.
Albanian military terminology, what do they call the Intelligence and Counterintelligence Service?
Po nuk I di.
I don't know. If I'm not mistaken, in Albania it's also called intelligence service, but I'm not certain. I might be wrong. I truly did not deal with this aspect at all after the war.
Paragraph 43 of preparation note 2.
Yes, go ahead.
So witness, this is something that you said in the preparation session. Halil Trajaku was in charge of the intelligence service, also known as intelligence, counterintelligence. In Albanian military terminology, this is known as the information service. Is that correct?
Po në princip mundet.
In principle, one can say so, yes.
Now, the next document is SPOE 00227 to SPOE 00227, 227677 is the first page, and 227682 is the last page. And we'll start at page SPOE 00227
Your Honor. What line is it? I believe there may be a mistake on the transcript. There's a reference to investigation, which, if we're following prep note 2, paragraph 43 should be information.
Council's correct, and I think I said information service, so yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Counselor.
So yes, so again, the page is SPOE 00227-678, and in the English as well. So witness, this page is just to orient you. It says this is a meeting of the general staff of the KLA, 5 January 1999 at Divyaka. And if we go to the next page, it says the following. Kurtesh Fondai, as read, says, we do not need tens and Jarpna snakes here. We recognize only B. zirapi. Do you see that on the screen?
Popesha.
Yes, I see it.
Something that you ever said?
Nuk besoj.
I don't think so.
Ishtan to-
For me, the members of the general staff were men who enjoyed authority, respect, and I try to be as correct as possible, and I am convinced that they also in turn were correct towards me. It's not in my nature or character to use this language.
Respecting the authority of Hashim Thaçi.
Kjo realisht kjo fjali
This sentence is outrageous, actually.
Thank you. The next one, SPOE 00226-730 to SPOE 00226-746, and specifically page SPOE 00226-741. Now, witness, on this page at the top, it sounds similar to the previous documents. Kurtesh Fondai, 10, and it's hard to read, have no business here. You need to follow the orders of Bislam Zarapi. Declares H. Pakarizi. Do you know a KLA member named H. Pakarizi?
po një dhe pun
Yes, I know him. And I think the previous document originates from this. So there are no two different documents. The source is this. Pacharizi was in the intelligence and counterintelligence sector within Brigade 122 in January 99.
This item. It talks about a meeting with what is translated in English as Halil Pakarizi. Is this Habib Pakarizi being discussed here? Can you tell?
po pikrisht është për
Precisely. It's Habib, the same Habib, not Khalil.
Someone from KLA intelligence would make a declaration like that against you?
jo.
No. I can't say because I don't know.
500, which is SITF 000-21875 to SITF 000-21876 at the bottom of the first page. Witness, on the bottom of this page, it talks about another case regarding all the anomalies of Kurtesh Fondai and all the demerits he was given, going from platoon commander to brigade commander, and from brigade commander to the POZ operational chief, and from there to the general staff and the staff training, something that seems to imply that if he weren't suitable for the KLA, he was much better for the FARCist and was advanced. Is this the allegation Halil Chadraku made against you that you were discussing earlier in your examination today?
Po në këtë që dokument që përpilon Halil Chadraku.
The document prepared by Halil Chadraku containing the name of Sadiq Khalid Yaha, that is the document. I would take this opportunity to say one more sentence. There has not been any FARC in the territory of Kosovo. Let's be clear about that. The soldiers who initially were under the Ministry of Defense in the territory of Kosovo operated with the Kosovo Liberation Army insignia and were under the command of the General Staff of the Kosovo Liberation Army.
Now, a part of your statement, and this is P 1327.6, and it's pages 17 and 18 in the English, and 18 and 19 in the Albanian. Witness, I want to take you to the part of your SPO interview where you were talking about Halil Chadraku's reporting specifically. And I'll go to the page with the assistance of the court officer. And Your Honors, I noticed the time. If it's possible to go an extra 10 to 15 minutes in my questions, I'm almost done. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so page 17 in the English, and it should begin with, to whom did he report? So if we could scroll down to the bottom of the page. There it is. So, witness, it says, to whom did he report in a military structure? And then you replied in relation to Halil Chadraku. Normally, he had to report to Ekrem Reja, but the truth is that he had contacts with the general staff with Kadri Veseli. And was Kadri Veseli the head of the ZKZ at the time on the general staff level? Yes. So do I understand correctly that we had a problem with Halil Chadraku because he circumvented the command structure, went around, and went directly to general staff? Answer, yes. I think this is due to the lack of knowledge, or maybe there is something else. But in my opinion, it is so that he didn't know that he had to report to the commander, and that's why he immediately directly went to the general staff. Witness, first of all, is this this is accurate from your SPO interview?
Po.
Yes, it is.
Now, you said that Halil Chadraku had lack of knowledge about the proper reporting. Did Ekrem Reja ever tell Halil Chadraku how to properly report?
Ekrem Reja ka pas
Ekrem Reja received several complaints from brigade commanders regarding the work of Halil Chadraku with respect to the intelligence and counterintelligence sector at the brigade level. Ekrem Reja warned Halil Chadraku, telling him, you can go and consult, give advice, receive information from the heads of intelligence and counterintelligence sectors within the brigade. However, you need to have an order from me. and namely based on that order you would be permitted by brigade commanders to carry out your work. This was received by him as if Ekrem Reja was trying to obstruct the work of the intelligence and counterintelligence. So I raised some form of a conclusion, which was that Halil Shadraku does not understand his work and his responsibilities. So in brief, this would be it.
Reja as saying the correct way of reporting in an army based on your Yugoslav army experience?
Po gjithsesi, komandant
Yes, the commander is a commander, and he should know everything. When he receives information about intelligence or counterintelligence, as it was mentioned, that they need to find out enemy positions, for example, they need to report to the commander, not to somebody outside their unit.
You also said that Ekrem Reja warned Halil Trajaku with the proper way to report. Did you see this warning yourself?
në fazën e janarit të
In the period in January, February, we had regular daily meetings. We call them briefings. And in one of those meetings, it might have also happened on two or three other occasions, the conversation I mentioned before took place.
After those conversations occurred, did Halil Trajaku continue the improper reporting after?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, but as I read the transcript, the witnesses described Mr. Halit Yaha as having, and Quadraco as having obtained information from the brigades so far, nothing about reporting.
Witness, is what Halil Trajaku was doing reporting to the general staff in circumvention of Ekrem Reja?
Zoti prokuror,
Mr. Prosecutor, the defense counsel is right in what he said. The dissatisfaction and complaints regarding Halil Shadraku were made by brigade commanders. Now, did he report at a higher level? Ekrem Reja would not have been able to have information about this. The document we gave was after we finished the work in the zone, and Ekrem Reja was almost finishing his work.
And Your Honors, with that, we would ask to clarify with paragraph 45 of the preparation note 2.
Yes, go ahead.
So witness, here's what was said in the preparation session. It was Ekrem Reja who was correct in the proper military reporting procedures. You were present in zone commander meetings when Ekrem Reja told Halil Trajaku how to properly report, but Halil Trajaku continued to go directly to ZKZ in the brigades and report directly to the general staff, even after Ekrem Reja told Halil Trajaku the proper reporting line. Halil Trajaku would bypass Ekrem Reja by going to higher levels and ZKZ at lower levels without informing him.
Before the witness answers, it is Mr. Halling's note of this meeting, and it is Mr. Halling who, in the course of the last series of questions and answers, has conflated reporting, the use of the word reporting, with information received from below and information routes thereafter. So I'm perfectly happy for the witness to have Mr. Halling's recollection of that conversation read to him, but the questions need to be put from this point onwards carefully and in a non-leading fashion.
Your Honor, the witness certified last week the accuracy of this. We're asking him to clarify.
Yes, of course, and you may. Go ahead.
Thank you. Witness, is what I just read to you accurate?
Zoti prokuror,
In fact, bearing in mind the workload and the materials I had within a week in my hands, my statements, we might have missed some terminology with respect to communication and reporting, receiving information. So I wouldn't want you to hold me on one word if I mistakenly stated it. I was mostly referring to communication with the brigades and not with, I was not thinking about communication with the general staff.
So, witness, my question then to you is, why did you say that Halil Trajaku continued to report directly to the general staff in your preparation session?
në seancën përgatitur
In the preparation session, I based my statement in the document that he sent, which bears the date of 16th of March, if I'm not mistaken. I was not in the Arctic operational zone during that period of time. This was the basis, thinking that he also communicated with the general staff following the vertical line without a Cambodia being aware or informed. However, again, I was not in the Arctic operational zone during this period of time.
From the document Halil Trajaku wrote about you, that he did not trust you.
Again, that's not a question the witness is in a position to answer.
I don't know what the foundation is for that question. I don't know what his basis of knowledge is.
It would be based
Is
on
something in writing or something he's heard? We have to find that out.
It would be based on what is in writing, and I can clarify with the witness. So, witness, in the letter that you were shown by Halil Trajaku, did you understand from what he wrote about you whether or not he trusted you?
Zoti prokuror,
Mr. Prosecutor, that letter does not contain only my name. There are the names of a considerable number of military officers, in particular from Brigade 123. However, I would not want to speculate and say that he had certain allegations. Again, I'm repeating what I said earlier, which is that Halil Trajaku did not know his tasks or work or responsibilities.
I'd ask to clarify with paragraph 44 of preparation note 2.
Just go ahead.
Witness, you said based on what Halil Trajaku said in his letter, Halil Trajaku did not trust Drini, you, or the other senior officers. Witness, is that true?
I am not able to say whether he trusted us or not. What can be seen from the document is that he was not satisfied with our work. I don't know about the trust.
Described seeing in person by Ekrem Reja, did Halil Trajaku change his behavior after those warnings?
I don't know. I don't know.
Witness, you said that you don't know whether or not Halil Trajaku was reporting to the general staff. Is that your statement now?
Again, that's the misrepresentation of the evidence. The witness has already testified just a few moments ago that his understanding that Halil Trajaku was reporting to the general staff was based on that one document.
That is a speaking objection
No,
again.
I'm so sorry. Read the transcript.
Please, just raise your objection when you need one. We don't need to have an explanation so that the witness can hear it. If you want to make a longer statement, we need to excuse the witness.
I don't need to make a longer statement. The simple objection is it's a misrepresentation of what the witness said 2 minutes ago.
Go ahead.
We can all see the transcript.
Thank you.
The objection's overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you. And witness, indeed, my question is to clarify exactly what you are saying now. So my question is that are you saying now that you don't know whether or not Halil Trajaku reported to the general staff?
I don't know. He filed a request or an official document to the general staff, the one you have in your evidence. Now, whether he reported there or not, I don't know.
Witness, you said on the SPO interview page that's on the screen, normally he had to report to Ekrem Reja, but the truth is that he had contacts within the general staff with Kadri Veseli. That's true, isn't it?
That he should have reported to Ekrem Reja, I did say that. I also said that he was in a position to communicate about matters with the general staff as well, because the general staff could also give professional advice. However, Ekrem Reja consistently said, when you're communicating upwards or downwards, this communication should go through him as a commander and not in a direct way or line. Now, I can say nothing else in relation to his work. That I saw the document, it ended up in my hands, and I submitted it with you. With respect to Halil Trajaku.
That's sufficiently clarified now. The 3 yet to be tendered items shown in this line of questioning before P500, they further illustrate what we would submit is a level of distrust that certain parts of the KLA had towards professional soldiers trying to follow the rules, parallel reporting to the general staff, which circumvented such soldiers, important KLA intelligence members making accusations against them, and these intelligence accusations making their way to the general staff.
I'm going to object in front of the witness to making submissions on what's important and what the prosecutor is trying to prove with the witness in front of the witness.
We need to make a proffer of relevance and probative value. That's all I'm intending to do.
I'm just objecting to it being done in front of a witness.
The only last point I wanted to make was that on the, yes. As to the accusations going to the general staff, not only does item SPOE 002276777 to 227682 claim to reflect notes of the general staff meeting in Divyaka on 5 January 1999, this item was seized from Jakub Krasniqi. And the other 2 items, the thrashing document, which is SPOE 00226622, and then finally SPOE 0022670 to 226746, were seized from Recep Salimi. And on this basis, we would tender all 3 of those items for admission into evidence.
The first one, U00006462.
That one has already been addressed.
Okay.
The 3 ERNs, and I'll do them in the order I just said them.
Yeah.
SPOE 002276777.
Wait a second. Okay, go ahead.
And then the last page would be 227682, and that was the second document shown in the sequence. And then SPOE 00226622, and then finally SPOE 0022670 to 226746, which were the first and third documents in the sequence.
All right, now, any objection?
I have objections to this, to the proffer, but I don't wish to make those objections in front of the witness.
All right,
Let me just add, I don't object to the admission, but I object to the proffer.
understood.
We raised no specific objections. Obviously, the material, a large amount of it is unsourced and its provenance unknown, and therefore its weight minimal. But with that in mind, given the weight function being one for your honours, we don't object.
Thank you. Anybody else?
We do object again, Your Honours. One of the documents, the first of those, is a search document, and we have the standing objection to those documents. But more than that, these are documents that the witness has never seen before and hasn't been able to authenticate in any meaningful way. So we would say the prosecution has not met the required standard through this witness. They can, of course, be raised with another witness who might be able to speak to them.
All right. The court finds that SPOE 00226622, SPOE 00227677 to 227682, and SPOE 00226730 to 226746. Have I got them all?
Correct, Your Honor.
Those are admitted, having met the standard, prima facie standard of our Rule 138. Go ahead.
Your Honors, the SPOE 00226622 to SPOE 00226622 in both Albanian and English will be assigned exhibit number P01351, currently classified as confidential. The SPOE 00227-677 to SPOE 227-682 in both Albanian and English will be assigned exhibit number P01352, currently classified as confidential. And the SPOE 00226730 to SPOE 00226746 in both Albanian and English will be assigned exhibit number P01352, and it will be, my apologies, it will be P01353, and it will be assigned, it is currently classified as confidential. Thank you, Your Honors.
You want to reclassify these?
These, we would actually ask that they maintain their confidential classification just because they're seized items.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. And yes, Your Honor, I have no more documents to tender, but just a few last questions to the witness. Witness, I'd now like to focus on the period of time at the Kale Military School, just briefly. Were you ordered to go and start working at the military school?
We are talking about end of April 1999, when Agim Ceku became Chief of Staff, and he communicated this order to Ekrem Reja, for commander of the military school, training school, but the order was issued orally, not in writing.
End of February, when you made the request to be transferred to another commanding structure, and this is page 27 of today's real-time transcript, are you speaking about the military school at that point?
Yo.
No. Initially, my duty was person in charge of training education within the framework of the operational directorate of the general staff. Within that sector, there were not so many opportunities to give any contribution because at that time we had combat activity that was going on a daily basis, every single day.
Okay, so did you ask to go to the military school in April 1999?
Unë kërkova që ta lë zonën.
I asked to leave from the Pashrik operational zone because I thought I could give a greater contribution somewhere else in coordination with Bislim Zurafi. I decided to take up the duty of the trainer in the military training and education center. As I said, it was difficult to give contribution because of the daily fighting. I was engaged within the 123 Brigade during the fightings in March 1999. I basically inspected the front lines at that time.
So is what you're describing now, that predates your time at the military school, is that right?
Po.
Yes.
And then the last question, witness, in your SPO interview, you finished talking about Serbian crimes in UNMIK. And for the record, this is P1327.9, and it's pages 32 to 33 in the English and page 41 in the Albanian. You said that the UNMIK was the authority that was present after the war, but they were responsible, they had to do such investigation, but they didn't. Do you remember this from your SPO interview?
Po.
Yes.
UNMIK and K4 were active in Kosovo. Could anyone have reported crimes to them?
Po unë nuk jam marrë me atë problemat.
I didn't deal with that matter. I know that the authority in Kosovo until 2008 was UNMIK. And if anybody had information concerning a certain breach or crime, of course, they could report them to UNMIK authorities at that time. In my opinion, the UNMIK did not do its work and did not perform its duties and functions as it should have.
All right, UNMIK actually brought prosecutions against former KLA members after the war. Is that right?
Nuk më kujtohen detaj.
I don't remember any particular details or cases, but if I'm not mistaken, there were such.
Have any information that the KLA ever referred crimes by KLA members to UNMIK or K4?
S'kam kurfar informacion.
I have no information about that. In fact, at the time, just like any other citizen of Kosovo, I had to work and to create the fundamental basis to secure my existence. So I dealt with my own work, and I was not interested in other matters that were beyond my competencies. I was demobilized at the end of the war. And after that, I simply was not interested in such aspects.
Thank you, witness. No further questions.
All right, Mr. Misitich.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, witness. My name is Luka Mishetic. I am counsel for Hashim Thaçi, and I have a few questions for you this afternoon. First, I just want to confirm, you served as an officer in the Yugoslav National Army from 1985 to 1987. Is that correct?
First of all, good afternoon. Yes, honored counsel, it's the years that you mentioned.
1987 and June of 1998, did you serve in any military function or any military organization?
No, I didn't.
In June 1998, you joined the KLA, correct?
Yes,
In March, April, and May, you had already had contacts with the KLA through Blaram Kuchi, is that correct?
especially in the last phase of the period March, April, May.
Your SPO interview, Blaram Kuchi had by then already formed his Lisi unit within the KLA, is that correct?
Correct.
Period. March, April, May, he had the support of Uk Batucci in forming the Lisi unit, is that correct?
Yes,
Both Blaram Kuchi and Uk Batucci were LDK leaders in Suharek at the time, is that correct?
before they joined the KLA, yes.
In that time period, and I'm talking about March, April, or May, were Blaram Kuchi and Uk Batucci both still in the LDK as they were forming the KLA in the Suharek area?
I don't know the details. Uk Butici could still have had party functions, but Blerim Kuchi, he didn't. Once he joined the KLA, he did not exercise any other functions, political functions in Suharek.
Asking you that question because in your SPO interview at P01327.7, page 2, lines 11 to 12 in English, you say, quote, in Suharek, the KLA was created by the structure of the LDK. Do you recall saying that? And you also said the KLA was commanded or run by former LDK supporters. Is that accurate?
Yes.
The KLA was created by the structure of the LDK. Can you explain a little bit more what you meant by that?
Let's take Uk Butici as an example. He was the chairman of the LDK, the biggest party branch, whereas Blerim, he His task was to collect funds to finance the parallel organs, that is the ministries that we had within the Yugoslav system. I don't know what it was called at the time, Provisional Council or something like that. But in fact, he was in charge of collecting funds to finance the parallel authorities and organs, state organs at that time. These two persons were the main persons in local government that functioned as a parallel organ to the Serb authorities and organs at the time.
Those two persons, Blarim Kuci and Uk Batuci, is it fair to say that they were two of the primary founders of the KLA in the Suhadek region?
Për njësitin Lisi, po.
For Lisi unit, yes. But there was also another unit that existed at the time called Cheliku 50.
But staying with the Lisi unit first, is it correct that Blarim Kuci was chosen as commander of the Lisi unit in April of 1998?
Nuk I di detajet rreth.
I don't know the details as to how he became the leader of that unit, how he was elected. I don't know the details and I cannot give you any explanation.
Put exhibit P1333 on the screen at page 1 in the English and page 2 in the Albanian, please. Witness, you recognize the document on the screen?
Po.
Yes.
Scroll in the English to the bottom in the paragraph that begins in March 1998. And I believe it's on the next page in the Albanian, please. Oh, sorry, it is on the first page, I'm told now, on the Albanian. I apologize. Yes, at the bottom. So, witness, the paragraph that begins in March 1998, this structure says this structure would go to Drenica, where it would cooperate with the structures of that area, as well as the KLA General Staff, after the above-mentioned contacts, and because of the circumstances created, in April of 1998, a decision was made to form Lisi unit, with Blarim Kuci chosen as unit commander. In the beginning, this unit had 70 soldiers and went public for the first time in Doberdalan village, etc. Do you have any reason to dispute that Blarim Kuci was appointed commander of the Lisi unit in April of 1998?
çështje teknike rreth asaj se
technical issues as to whether he was appointed or whether he self-proclaimed him leader or whether he formed the unit, that I don't know. But what I know is that Lisi, headed by Blerim Kuchi, had a very good communication with the structures created at the time, such as Cheliku 50, Lumi unit, and other units that were operational in that area.
Let me ask you, at that time, given the roles that LDK leaders had, particularly Blaram Kuchi and Uk Batucci, was there, did the KLA, as far as you know at the time, consider someone to be an opponent of the KLA because they were or had been a member of the LDK? And I'm talking about in the Suhadek region.
nuk ma merr mendja.
I don't think so. I don't think that that could have happened.
Are aware of an order in the Suhadek region to try to, for example, shut down the KLA. Sorry, to shut down the LDK. I apologize.
Jo.
No.
As far as you were aware, did the LDK in Suhadek continue its normal activities after the formation of the KLA, or did the LDK cease with its activities in the Suhadek region?
Jo, e ka vazhduar
No, it continued its activities until the end of the war.
Speaking of the period of March, April, May 1998, do you know what Bislam Zarapi's role was in the KLA in that 3-month time period, March, April, May 1998?
As far as I recall, Bislim Zurabi came in the territory of Kosovo at the end of May 1998, which means that he was not part of these military formations.
So your information is that he was not part of the KLA until he joined or he entered the territory of Kosovo at the end of May 1998? Is that correct?
Sakt.
Correct.
KLA at the end of May 1998 when he entered Kosovo.
Pasi Bislim Zurapi
After Bislim Zurabi joined the KLA, his first duty was to give the military shape to the KLA. And I'm convinced that he successfully completed this duty.
Post, what function, what title did he have when he entered Kosovo?
Fillimisht nuk I di.
I don't know the titles themselves, but we referred to him as Chief of Operations of the General Staff. Later on, we know that he took up the position of Chief of Staff, but when it comes to the definition of military structures, In fact, even for me, it is complicated as someone who's been part of that structure, and let alone to someone who was outside that structure.
After lunch, but I do want to ask you one question before the break. Bislam Zarapi is from the Suhadek region, is that correct?
Yes, he comes from Studenchan village, which is in Suharek municipality.
You know Bislam Zarapi had a particular interest in Suhadek because that's where he's from.
Nëse shikojmë prej një kondi
If you look at it from a different angle, it appears so. He had this wish for Suharek to give its utmost contribution to the KLA.
Time for lunch, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Misitich. Witness will take an hour-and-a-half lunch break, and then you'll come back to the courtroom and we'll finish at 4:30 today. Remember not to speak to anyone about your testimony in the courtroom while you're out of the courtroom.
Thank you.
We're adjourned until 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, you can bring the witness in. I think we'll do our best to skip the break after 1 hour so we can get as much finished with your testimony, your cross-examination as possible. So we'll power through. If somebody needs to take a break, though, just let me know. We'll understand.
It might be me, Judge, but we'll see. Yeah.
More likely me. I hope you had a good lunch. We're ready to continue on with your testimony. We are going to go from now until 4:30. If you feel the need to take a break, please let us know.
Understood, thank you.
Misitich will continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, witness. You mentioned in your testimony before the break, you said that you knew Bislam Zarapi as the chief of operations. Can you tell us when Bislam Zarapi became chief of operations in the general staff of the KLA?
No, I'm not able to say when, because I was not informed. Perhaps I had this information before, but as we stand now, I am not in a position to say anything about dates.
he became the chief of the general staff?
Po as këtë s'muj me.
I can't say that either. I don't know.
For the general staff, as far as you know, in August 1998.
Ne I kemi thonë shef,
We called him chief, but I don't know what his functions were exactly. We considered and viewed him as chief of the general staff.
When did you consider him as chief of the general staff? Can you tell us the earliest point in time when you considered him to be the chief of the general staff?
realisht që për mene janë dy koncepte.
There are two concepts, one as of chief of operations and another one as chief of the general staff. I don't know when this transition occurred. Mostly in the second phase or second half of October or November, we viewed and knew him as chief of the general staff.
Excuse me, could you clarify the year, just to be
Yes.
clear for the record?
When you say October, November, which year are we talking about?
Në tetor, nëntor,
October, November 1998.
First time that you can recall that you considered him to be the chief of operations of the general staff.
nuk muj me bo
I can't be precise with respect to dates because a long time has passed, so I don't know. I might be wrong.
Let's go back on your path. On the 10th of June, you told the SPO you became a member of the Thaçi unit. Is that correct?
po,
Yes, that's correct.
Like you mentioned that in addition to the Thaçi unit, there was also a unit called the Chaliku 50 unit. Correct?
po,
Correct.
Habib El Shani?
sakt.
Correct.
Now, you told the SPO that about a week or 10 days after you joined the Thaçi unit, the regional staff of Suharek was set up. Do you recall that?
Shtabi rajonal
The regional staff in Suareka was formed in the course of June, not before I joined the KLA, but after I joined the KLA.
And I believe what you told the SPO was it was about a week to 10 days after you joined the KLA. Does that sound about right?
po e sakt.
Yes, that's right.
And is it correct that the regional staff was set up by the Thaçi unit and the Chaliku 50 unit? That they themselves had set up the regional staff?
Po sakt.
That's correct.
I'd like to show you a document. First of all, let me ask you a preliminary question. Do you know someone named Jem Karacha?
Po e nja.
Yes, I know him.
Karaja.
është bashkëfshatari jam.
He's a co-villager of mine.
And you know that Jem Karaja, how is he connected to the Brigade 123?
Ka qenë pjesëtari UÇK.
He was a member of the KLA within the Brigade 123. From the beginning, from June, first within the Thaçi unit and then as a member of Brigade 123.
Something from his Facebook page, which is DHT03988. First of all, the person in the picture is who?
është fotografia jeme.
This is my photograph, taken immediately after the war in June 1999.
Wearing the type of uniform that you would have been wearing in the summer of 1998?
Unë kom pas një tjetër
I had another uniform, a camouflage one, but it came from the Swiss Army. This uniform belonged to Bali Muharrem, who wore it. We took this photograph in Brisbane sometime around the 16th or 17th of June. The uniform belongs to Bali Muharrem.
What year?
1999.
1999.
Was it common, as far as you know, for KLA soldiers to have uniforms that said U.S. Army on them?
Jo, ish dash ndoshta
No, maybe this should have been removed, but we did not remove it. The uniforms we had, camouflage uniforms we had from the German army, we would also often have the flag on the arm, but it didn't bother us really.
The post, and I'm sorry we don't have an English translation on the screen, and I'll just read it. What Jem Karaca wrote there is respect for fellow fighter Kurtesh M. Fondai from Pechan, former commander of Brigade 123 from October to November 1998. Now, do you know Jem Karaca as someone who has a good opinion of you? Let's put it that way. A respectful opinion of you.
Më thonë drejtën,
To tell you the truth, I have not had any conflict or disputes with any Kosovo Liberation Army soldier.
Another post from Facebook, and this is DHT03987, if we could have on the screen, please. It's also something posted by Jem Karaca. And it's a document, he purports to be an original document that formed the local staff in Suharek. Do you see the document?
po,
Yes.
It purports that there was a joint meeting held on the 26th of June, 1998 in Studenchan. Do you recall whether you were present at such a meeting?
jo,
No.
Present at a meeting where the Chaliku 50 and Lisi units agreed to fall under or to form a local staff, a local headquarters.
po më duket
I think this document reflects the moment when the regional staff was set up, or in other words, the merging of the two units into a one single military formation. I was not present.
It's point one is that they merged the two units, Chaliku 50 and Lisi, under one command. Point two is that they create a local headquarters of the KLA for Suharek. Now, local headquarters or local staff, that's how the local staff was created. Do you agree?
po,
Yes.
says pursuant to this agreement between the two units that Blair Mkuchi would be the commander and Habib El Shani would be the deputy commander. Do you see that?
Po.
Yes.
He says that Bislam Zarapi and Ghafour El Shani attended the meeting. Do you see that?
Po.
Yes.
People there, which include Blair Mkuchi and Habib El Shani at the very top, and Bislam Zarapi is in the 7th position. Do you see that?
Po.
Yes.
That this is how the local staff in Suhareka was formed on the date and place indicated in the document?
Jo nuk
No, I'm not in position to dispute anything. I was not present when this regional staff was set up, and I don't know how the events unfolded.
Then, witness, what I'm just suggesting to you is that in preparation note 1 at paragraph 12, you say that you understand that it was the general staff that created Brigade 123 because Zarapi was present when it was created. And what I'm going to suggest to you is that it was actually the local staff that was created by an agreement between the two units where Zarapi was present at the end of June. Do you agree with me?
Zoti avokat në
Sir, I agree in principle. However, the reason why I thought and said that this was of the general staff is because the name of Bislim Zarabi is mentioned in this document. I don't know in what capacity was Bislim Zarabi there, but in my opinion, I thought he was representing the higher KLA structures. Maybe this was wrong, but this is how I perceived things.
Is your assumption, is that correct?
po me një farë aspekti
In a certain way, in my mind, my opinion was that since Bislim Zarabi was present, he came there on his initiative, so with respect to this form of organization. Because then, very similarly, things happened with other regional staffs, and then quite rapidly the transition was made from this staff to the formation of the brigade. Therefore, I logically thought we're dealing here with a higher level organization. This is my opinion.
The document says that the decision was reached by the Chiliku 50 and Lisi units and not by the general staff.
korrekt.
Correct, I do.
Po me realisht nuk jam
But I was not informed about the form or the content of this document.
Mr. President, I tender this document into evidence.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
DHT 03987 is admitted. Please give it a exhibit number.
And we assigned exhibit number 1D00164, currently classified as public. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you. Now, witness, in your SPO, or sorry, just one more point on this document. In prep note 1 at paragraph 12, or sorry, let me get the right citation. in part 1 of your SPO interview, P1327.1, page 20 in the English, beginning at line 18, here's what you said. And you're talking about the establishment of the local staff. And you're asked when it was formed, and you said the beginning of June, so all this took place till 20 June. And then the end of June, based on this regional staff, we created the Brigade 123. And I will suggest to you that what the document actually shows is that it wasn't Brigade 123 that was created at the end of June. It was the regional staff that was created by the end of June. Do you have any reason to dispute that timing?
Jo, zoti avokat, po nëse zgaboj,
No, but if I'm not mistaken, I have made corrections to this matter, adding that first the regional staff was formed and then the brigade. I have provided other notes, not only that one, and based on my findings, I see that Brigade 123 was formed on the 7th of July 1998.
And what do you base that on? What findings?
në bazë të
Based on the data and notes I had in my possession.
It's in your possession?
jo nuk
No, I don't.
In 2019, you told the SPO that it was formed at the end of June. Were you able to review your notes between 2019 and today?
javën e kalume
I read them last week, and if I'm not mistaken, I said something to the prosecutor during the preparation session in relation to this matter.
Right, so I'm a little bit confused. You read your own notes last week, is that what you're saying? And your own notes record July 7th as the date of formation of Brigade 123?
në to transkriptet që janë bën me 2019.
In the interview transcripts of 2019, it reads as you stated. However, during the preparation session, I gave this note to the prosecutor. I believe the prosecutor has this information.
Let me ask you one more question about June 1998. And in your SPO interview at P1327.3 at pages 5 to 6 in the English and page 7 in the Albanian, you say that in June 1998, quote, the Army was being created, close quote, and, quote, there were a lot of issues, gaps that were not following up the military line. What did you mean when you said there were a lot of issues or gaps that were not following up the military line in June 1998?
Your Honor, we just asked that the last line of that answer be read. He read everything but for the last 4 words.
He can do this on redirect, Mr. President. It has nothing to do with my
Go
question.
ahead.
Yeah. Witness, let me repeat my question. In your SPO interview, you said that, quote, in June 1998, the Army was being created, close quote, and, quote, there were a lot of issues, gaps that were not following up the military line. What issues were you referring to, and what gaps were you referring
to? Realisht tash ne jemi tu fol për një
We are now discussing a situation that occurred 25 years ago. So it's normal for me not to remember the details of it. However, I can say that there was some sort of enthusiasm. We had young people flooding in to join the KLA, and therefore some caution and care should have been applied to accept and arrange and organize those young men within the KLA ranks. Also, a significant number of these young men had no previous or prior military experience, and they needed basic training, starting with how one carries a weapon and so on and so forth.
From your answer that you're saying that it's difficult to have a functioning command structure if the soldiers are not properly trained. Would you agree with that?
Certainly, yes.
Trained officers at every level of command in June of 1998, as far as you know?
Io
No. No, they weren't.
Let me turn to a different topic. You mentioned in answer to the prosecutor this morning, you were talking about the situation that Brigade 123 found itself in September and October of 1998, and you said the Army was dispersed. And I want you to just tell us a little bit about what was the state of the Army in Suharek in late September and early October 1998.
un po filloj pak më herë.
I'll start with a period prior to that, which is end of August 1998. We were engaged in fierce fighting in the territory of the municipality of Suareka in the direction of the battalion which was operated in Studenchan, Maleshan, Zlakuchan, Nishor. And we had considerable, extraordinary high number of casualties. We suffered casualties. After this, the villages were burned down and the civilians were displaced to the northern part of Soarega in the village of Bagarusha and in other regions. Therefore, again, we suffered huge damage and casualties as an army, as a population as well. The northern part of Soarega, which included the 2nd Battalion, suffered the same, probably even worse, on the 27th of September 1998, where a significant number of Serbian forces were engaged and wreaked havoc, unprecedented destruction in one single day. As a result of all this, the army was completely dispersed.
Casualties that you took, it's correct, is it not, that Blarim Kuchi had left for Albania, and so you were without a commander of Brigade 123 for the second half of September and into early October. Is that correct?
It's correct, because in the beginning of September, around the 10th of September, Blerim Kuchi went to Albania. I escorted him and wished him safe travels. The idea was to simply strengthen the army, not to weaken it, because I mentioned before, we had problems to even exist from a logistical perspective. However, the Kosovo Liberation Army used the resources of the civilian population. They supported the army. However, in those circumstances where everything was destroyed, the civilian population was not able to support us anymore. So the purpose of Berinkuchi going to Albania was to seek support, financial support from the Bukoshi government.
The topic of the state of the KLA in Suhareka at that time period, so late September, early October. A lot of casualties. The commander has left. I'm sorry I can't recall now this morning, but you were asked how many soldiers were still left in the brigade in early October 1998. Can you remind me what your answer was?
300 plus
300 plus 300, which is around 600 soldiers.
Where were they? Were they at home? Were they at the front line? Were they in trenches? Where were these people?
kryesisht në shtëpitë.
Mostly in their homes, but remaining or maintaining some sort of coordination to reorganize a considerable number of these reorganize their lives within small units.
When you say that, let me make sure I get this right, of these 600 mostly were in their homes, does that mean that you had to expend some effort to try to get these people back to being in formation with the KLA, correct? They had all gone back to their homes, or not all, many of them had gone back to their homes.
Po forma e organizimit
The form of the organization was mixed. A considerable number of soldiers lived in their homes. A small number of soldiers, around 40%, I'm saying this is an approximate number, were in barracks. The remaining part were not in the barracks of the army, including in other time periods, not only during this period.
Let's turn to your appointment, your testimony that Mr. Thaçi appointed you commander of Brigade 123. You've said that took place, that Mr. Thaçi personally appointed you, or I think you've clarified that to say he may have transmitted your appointment to you on the 6th of October, 1998. Is that correct?
po
Correct.
People present when Mr. Thaçi appointed you were yourself, Mr. Thaçi, and I believe you said Fatmir Limay. Is that correct?
Objection misstates the evidence. There's one extra person.
Let me look at that.
Mr. Prosecutor, perhaps you can indicate who the extra person was so we don't...
I'm just
Yes,
gonna-
if the name Vlazim Kreziu could also be put to the
Vllaznim
witness.
Kryziu.
Vlaznim Kryziu.
And
Yes.
I'm reading part 1 SPO interview, and I'm just going to read it to you, witness. Who else was present at this meeting? Your answer, when myself, when I was appointed? Question, yes. Answer, Fatmir Limay. Question, so Hashim Thaçi, Fatmir Limay, you. Your answer, and myself, the three of us.
Unë e kom plotësu
I gave this information and gave the additional information indicating that Vlaznim Kryziu, Deputy Commander of Brigade 122, was present.
P1327.3, page 2 in the English that supplement is provided.
So let's continue. You received this order appointing you. And then my question to you is, well, first question, there was no written order, correct?
Jo.
No, there wasn't.
Appointment?
Jo, goja rish.
No, it was issued orally. It was a notification, I would say, for my appointment.
And now you have this, in this meeting, whether it's 3 or 4 people, you have an oral appointment. You go back to other members of Brigade 123, and what do you tell them? Since you don't have a piece of paper to show that you've been appointed the commander, what do you tell them to justify your claim to appointment as the new commander?
Unë kum pas besimin e mjaftueshëm.
I had this trust, and in real term, we had to deal with a completely new structure that was formed within the 123 Brigade on this date, 8th or 10th. Now I'm not quite sure which one it was, October. And this is when I constituted the command of 123 Brigade, or rather reconsolidated the brigade.
Very specific, so I need you to try to tell us as best you can what words you used when you went back to the other members of Brigade 123 to tell them that you're the new commander. Since you don't have a piece of paper to show people to say, the authority is now mine, give us the exact words you used, or as close as you can, to say, this is how I justify my status as the new commander.
Në atë periudhë kam
At that time, I was battalion commander. And simply, people around me, including people from the 2nd Battalion, I called them for a meeting and informed them that I received this communication from Hashim Thaçi, that I've been appointed brigade commander, and that we need to consolidate the brigade and start the preparations for organizing the army.
Told other people, Hashim Thaçi appointed me the new commander on behalf of the general staff, correct?
më thonë që ma ka komuniku.
I told them that he communicated my appointment. That is, Hashim Thaçi, on behalf of the general staff, communicated my appointment to me.
Who became deputy commander, it was Bali Muharemai, is that correct?
Po.
Yes.
Who became assistant for logistics?
Po.
Yes.
Assistant for intelligence and counterintelligence, correct?
Po.
Yes.
Commander of the military police?
Po.
Yes.
Role in reconstituting the command of Brigade 123?
Po.
Yes, he did. He was engaged with the civilian-military relations within the brigade or at brigade level, because these relations were necessary at the time and very beneficial. And Hugues Butucci gave a great contribution in this respect.
You must have told all of these people that Hashim Thaçi had conveyed to you a decision appointing you as the new commander of Brigade 123.
Po.
Yes.
Let me show you something that you brought to the SPO, and one of those people that I identified with the commander of logistics, Sadri Emirlahu. If we could have exhibit P1333 on the screen, please. Now, this is, as we're getting the English up on the screen, you told the SPO that when you gave them this document that this was a document prepared by Sadri Emirlahu in 2006. Is that correct?
Po.
Yes.
You said in June of 2006 on the anniversary of the independence of Suhareka. Is that correct? The commemoration of the independence of Suhareka.
Dita e çlirimit sore.
The day of Suhareka's liberation, 13 June 2006.
But he read it in public. Is that correct?
Po.
Yes.
Told the SPO that you first started by saying everything in this document is correct and true, except, and then you said some grammar mistakes and dates may be off by 1 or 2 days. Do you recall testifying to that effect?
Po.
Yes, I do.
Është edhe
Amongst these is the following. Sadri Emirlau says on this document that the commander of the brigade was elected, and this was not true. I was not elected, I was appointed.
We'll turn to that page now, but that's not what he says in either Albanian or in English, and I'd like to take you to that page, which is at page 8 in the English and Albanian. Oh. Then I'll call up if you don't have the entire document, it should be 083227 to 083248 ET page 8. And in Albanian 083226 to 083248 red 2 at page 8. Just, Mr. Court Officer, there's some confusion on our side because the document, which is has been admitted as P1333, according to the transcript, has 13 pages, not 3 pages. And you called out, and this is at provisional transcript page 10, lines 19 to 21, that you were admitting, or that you were identifying P0133 as the range 083227 to 083239. Okay, so if we could go for now to page 8 of this document in English and Albanian. Now, witness, as I understand it, in the Albanian, it doesn't say that you were elected. What it says is, and I'll read it out loud in English, it was exactly the evening of 8 October 1998 in the house of Gani Salauka in Studençan when the KLA's 123 Brigade for the area of Suharek was reorganized. Kurtesh Fondai was unanimously appointed the commander of the 123 Brigade. His staff was comprised of the following individuals. Now, in Albanian, the word is appointed, isn't it?
Yes, but unanimously it appears from that word that the appointment was made by members of that staff, not by an external organ.
My next point, which was going to be Mr. Emirlahu, by using the word unanimously, suggests there's at least two people, and maybe more, who's involved in your appointment as the new commander, correct?
According to my interpretation, from what Sadri Emirlau said, it turns out that I became commander of the brigade by the team or members that will later become the brigade staff. But I stick to what I said in my interview with the SPO, that this was a mistake.
One of the people identified was precisely Sadri Emirlahu as someone to whom you must have told, and he became your assistant for logistics. You must have told him that you had been appointed, you had been informed of your appointment by Hashim Thaçi. Do you have any explanation for why Sadri Emirlahu in 2006 would not recall that and would instead think that something happened in the house of Gani Salah Uka, where you were unanimously appointed by people present at that meeting?
I'm not able to interpret this document. However, it is my opinion that he mixed the terminology. He made a mistake with the terminology. It's not a simple issue. 7-8 people meet up and they are jointly creating a brigade command. In reality, this is not how it's done.
Suggest to you that the document I showed you from Facebook a little while ago, when the local staff was created, that's exactly how it was created, wasn't it? It was the local people who got together and elected Blair Mkuchi to be the commander of the local staff in Suharek. Isn't that right?
However, those two military units had a certain structure and more or less agreed to initially form a regional staff, and from that regional staff, almost the same structure became the command of the brigade. In reality, appointments in army are not done that way.
Foundational question. Were you present at this meeting on the 8th of October in the house of Gani Salah Uka?
Even this date, the 8th, is wrongly recorded. It should be 10th of October. This document that the court now possesses could have been amended or supplemented, because I was given this version to read. I had the draft document that was read on the Liberation Day. Now, what the exact content of this document, original content was that, I don't know, but this document came out as a draft of a history of events that was read out in 2006 on the anniversary of liberation.
Regardless of whether it was the 8th or the 10th, were you present in the house of Gani Salauka on this occasion?
Po unë e kom organizuar takimin.
I organized the meeting and I called these specific persons and communicated their tasks and duties within the brigade command to all the members that are mentioned here.
Mes sharu.
And another thing that I would like to explain, Sadri Emirlahu personally was not present at this meeting. The rest, yes. That's why he might have gotten the wrong information because he was not present. I just remembered this fact, and that's why I'm mentioning it here.
At this meeting?
Jo.
No, he wasn't.
If you now say Sadri Emirlahu was not present, were other people that I'd mentioned earlier present, like Bali Muharemai?
Gjithë të tjerët kanë qenë pranishëm,
The rest, all of them, were present. Sadri Emirlahu was also invited to attend, but he did not show up.
Talking about the rest of the people on that list on page 8 there, right, which would be Bali Muharemai, Uk Batucci, Mus Kololi, Yimit Fondai, and Ismarina.
Ismur.
Yes?
Po.
Yes, Is.
Of those that are alive, they would be able to confirm that you relayed at this meeting that you had been informed by Hashim Thaçi that you were the new commander, correct?
Po, realisht nështë mirë me pyet.
Maybe it would be good to ask them, to tell you the truth. If I've done something on my own initiative, then it's a different thing. Maybe we should ask them. If you want to seek the truth, you can ask them.
Saying, as far as you're aware, you told them at this meeting that Hashim Thaçi had conveyed your appointment. So there, as far as you know, there's no reason why they wouldn't be able to confirm that you relayed that information to them at the meeting at Gani Salauka's house, correct?
Correct, but as I said, Sadri Emirlahu was not present at this meeting. That's why these mistakes could have leaked. Again, I will repeat, this document was a draft, not the final document that was read on the Liberation Day. This was a draft that was given to me to check for mistakes. Now, whether I improved or corrected the document, that I would not be able to say because a long time has passed since.
To a different point, but related. You said in your SPO interview that you thought that it may be that Mr. Thaçi relayed your appointment to you because he and Recep Salimi were the only two members of the general staff who were still in Kosovo. Do you recall giving that evidence?
Po.
I do.
That when you entered Kosovo, you met shortly after your entry with Jakub Krasniqi and Sokol Bashota. Do you recall giving that evidence?
Unë kam qenë
I was in Kosovo, but on 10th of June, I went to Negroz village, and there I contacted and saw these two persons for the first time.
My apologies. You were already in Kosovo, but were you aware at the time or thereafter that Jakub Krasniqi and Sokol Bashota were members of the central staff, which became the general staff?
për mua ishin persona shumë të rëndësishme.
To me, they were important persons. As to what their positions or posts were, I didn't have any information at the time. However, I knew that they were important people. They were important to me then and today, and much respected.
In early October 1998, did you know that Jakub Krasniqi and Sokol Bashota were members of the general staff?
Po tash kur po flitet për
Now, when we talk about the general staff, I myself cannot understand some terms. Central staff, general staff. However, I know that they were high structures of the Kosovo Liberation Army. This is what I can confirm in hindsight, but as to what they were called precisely and when it was formed, that I don't know.
Because, and it's my mistake because I'm slightly confused, so I need you to help me understand. But in your SPO interview, you said, and for the benefit of the parties, it's P1327.1, page 28, lines 1 to 5. You said, quote, "So honestly speaking, in that period in Kosovo," and we're talking about early October 1998, only Hashim Thaçi and Recep Salimi were present or members or leaders of this general staff. The rest, or the others, they were not in Kosovo. If you didn't know who was in the general staff, then how do you know that they were the only two members of the general staff that were in Kosovo?
po ishin qefer pjesa që na e qushnin.
This was a part that we called central staff or general staff, but in real terms, the only ones that I had contact with were these two.
At that time, you mean?
Po flas për tetor.
I'm speaking about October, especially October, because in November, others started to return to Kosovo. Amongst them was also Bislim Syrapi.
You also say in your SPO interview that, and this is at P01327.1, page 27, lines 17 to 21, you say that you believe at the time that Mr. Thaçi was in contact with Bislim Syrapi, and so I was appointed in a legal way, not an illegal way. And then in your preparation note, you say at paragraphs 9 and 38, you say something similar. Quote, "This appointment was communicated by Hashim Thaçi on the 6th of October. The appointment itself fell under the responsibility of Bislim Syrapi. Whether Hashim Thaçi consulted Bislim Syrapi or made the appointment on his own is not something that you know." Right?
Po.
Yes?
So is what you're saying, is what you were saying in 2019, that you believed that Mr. Thaçi was simply communicating your appointment that had been made by Mr. Syrapi?
Po në bazë të
Well, From the logic, how things functioned, I came to that conclusion.
Okay, so then let me just follow up. When you said in 2019 that because Mr. Thaçi was in communication with Mr. Zarapi, you were appointed in a legal way, not an illegal way, what would have been an illegal way? Or would it have been illegal, let me rephrase, would it have been illegal if Mr. Thaçi had made your appointment without consulting with Mr. Zarapi, in your view?
I will not go into that, but it would have been unlawful for me to be arbitrarily appointed commander of the brigade or to self-appoint.
Is your testimony, therefore, that in order to not be arbitrary, your appointment had to have originated with Bislam Zarapi?
To what I know, in October, November period, but even in September and later, the appointments in the army were made exclusively by Bislim Zurapi as far as brigade commanders are concerned.
Turning to another topic related, and you say in your preparation note 1 at paragraph 42 that in October 1998, Hashim Thaçi did not issue any specific orders to you, but issued orders of a general nature, such as to, quote, attack Serb positions. Do you recall telling that to the prosecution last week?
Yes, I said that.
Paragraph 42 of your preparation note, you say that you were receiving these general orders from Mr. Thaçi orally and not over the telephone, correct?
Correct.
That this means that you were meeting with Mr. Thaçi in person and he was issuing you oral general orders.
We are talking about 2 or 3 meetings, not more than that. And of course, this communication occurred during these 2 or 3 meetings, that there was not more than that.
All 2 or 3 of these meetings took place in October of 1998? Is that correct?
In October and November.
When was the last meeting in November 1998?
I don't know the exact date, but if I'm not mistaken, we had a meeting in Nishor. I don't know the exact date.
With respect to any meeting that you can recall, or where Hashim Thaçi issued general orders to you, can you give us the exact location of these meetings?
When he communicated the oral order to me, this was in the village of Marali in October. I can't recall the exact date. Then, when we met for the last time, later in the course of November, this was in Nishor village.
And you said, let me just understand, did he issue any orders to you in Nishor?
He did not issue orders to me in Nishor.
To you would have been, to the best of your recollection, in the village of Marali, correct?
In Marali. Only once there were no other orders.
në oborrin e një shtëpie private.
in the courtyard of a private house.
When you say a private house, was it a KLA command post? Had it been converted to some use by the KLA?
Diçka e ngjashme kam.
Something like that. I don't know exactly. I do know that we met in the village of Marali.
Conversation.
I pranishëm ka qenë vetëm Fatmir Lima.
Present was only Fatmir Limay, no one else.
You didn't bring along your deputy commander or anyone else from your staff to attend? To meet with someone who was coming from the general staff?
Jo, që
No, I didn't. I only had my soldier who would usually escort me, who was not close and present when we had this conversation.
To relay an order from the general staff generally to attack Serb positions, can you tell us the names of the members of your staff who would have received you passing on that order?
po kryesisht më pas
Yes, mainly with the Budakova battalion commander and commanders of companies from the 1st Battalion, which I led. I cannot recall exact names now.
Name of anyone who would be able to confirm, as far as you know, should be able to confirm that when you received this general order, you passed that information on to your subordinates by name. I need a name, at least one.
a për fat keq që bashkën jamën
Unfortunately, with respect to a name which was mentioned earlier by the prosecutor, he's not with us anymore. He's deceased, Commander Is Morina, who at that time was a commander in the Budakova battalion. The others, Ilmet Fanda, who was from the military police, Muscololi from other brigade structures. Uk Bitucci is also deceased. Bali Muharrema is a deputy commander, was obviously informed. Same goes with Sabri Merla, who was in charge of the logistics. But the company commanders were also informed, but I do not recall their names.
Given us now, and all of those people, all of those who are alive, as far as you know, they can all confirm that you went back and told them that Hashim Thaçi has told me to generally attack Serb positions. Correct?
javë kom komuniku.
I certainly communicated this to them. Now, will they follow up or confirm this? I don't know. What's important is that what I'm saying is the truth.
All right. Now, you had told the SPO, and this is at part 8 of your SPO interview, page 14, lines 14 to 19. This is in the context of Fatmir Limay. You were asked if Fatmir Limay, in his role as head of the KLA Military Police Directorate, had issued an order to you in your role as commander of Brigade 123, would you have carried out that order? Your answer was, me personally, no. I personally, no. I would first ask the approval of the Chief of the General Staff. Do you recall giving that evidence?
I
might have said so. And in principle, this is how it should have worked, functioned. Because Fatmir Limay, and particularly in the second half of the year, in December, he was commander of the military police. Whereas a brigade commander receives orders from the zone commander or the head of the army, not from a special structure or organ, like in this case, the military police.
Yes, so can you explain why a brigade commander doesn't, in your understanding, or wouldn't accept orders from a member of a directorate of the General Staff?
In a military structure, orders are received from the commander, namely the Chief of Staff. Whereas all directors of directorates we had at the General Staff, they are advisors to the Chief of Staff. In their role as advisors, they advise the Chief of Staff how to formulate an order, but not go directly through the directors or heads of directorates. Therefore, following this logic, I would have then asked for clarifications from the Chief of Staff. This is a hypothetical situation, however, and I probably went into this unnecessary clarification.
And I appreciate your answer. I want to turn to a different topic, which you've already begun discussing, which is Blerem Kuchi's departure for Albania. And you've already said that he went to obtain financing from the Bukoshi government. And in your SPO interview, you said that he left on the 10th of September, 1998. Is that correct?
He went to Albania around the 10th of September, 1998.
You said he specifically went to go meet with Bujar Bukoshi and Ahmet Krasniqi, who was the Minister of Defense, in order to obtain financing for Brigade 123. Correct?
That's correct. And he accomplished this mission.
Bujar Bukoshi and Ahmet Krasniqi, Blerem Kuchi's superiors.
Bujar
Bukoshi was the Prime Minister of the government in exile. In the meantime, the Ministry of Defense had been formed within that government, which was at the time only functioning, operating in Tirana. At a later stage, in the course of November, we reached a military agreement was reached, as a result of which a significant number of officers entered Kosovo and soldiers who were within the Ministry of Defense, and they gave a great contribution within the KLA.
Witness, I know you're a professional soldier and a professional officer, so I'm asking a very specific question, and I'd ask if you please do your best to give me a precise answer here. But were Bujar Bukoshi and Ahmet Krasniqi in Blerem Kuchi's chain of command?
Zotë avokat, po dhe ju kur
Sir, when you indicated or laid out the formation of Thaçi unit and its merging with other units to form a regional staff and then a brigade, you indicated that this was done based on some sort of a compromise. Here as well, the Bukoshi government was not a government set up or belonging to some foreign country. It belonged to us, to Kosovo. It was ours. And for us to survive, we needed financing. We needed financial support. We would not have been able to even exist if we hadn't had the support of the Bukoshi government. Again, I reiterate, in particular towards the end of November, this support was present, and from that moment onwards, the entire zone of Pashtric was financed by the Bukoshi government.
I promise, in a little while, but I still don't know what your answer is, and it should be either yes or no. So were Buyar Bukoshi and Ahmet Krasniqi in Blayram Kuchi's chain of command? If you could please answer yes or no.
jo,
No.
If no, then do you know if Blayram Kuchi had permission from anyone in the general staff to leave the brigade and go meet with Bukoshi and Krasniqi?
Blerim Kuqi para
Before going there, Blayram Kuchi for at least 3 days insisting to meet members of the general staff, what we call general staff or the central staff, but he was unsuccessful in his attempts to meet with them, and after which he just went to Albania. The situation was urgent and very dire.
That Bislam Zarapi was upset with Blayram Kuchi and accused him of abandoning the brigade. Correct?
po,
Yes,
Bislam Zarapi said Blayram Kuchi should be arrested for desertion. Correct?
jo për këte nuk jam në dje.
no, not aware of this.
Are you familiar with Tahir Zemai?
E di, po me njof
I am, but I do not know him.
That Tahir Zemai was in the Dukajin zone.
po,
Yes, I am.
Zemai was part of the Armed Forces of the Republic of Kosovo, or FARC.
zotë avokat,
I am stating here in full responsibility that for the time the Pashtuk operational zone was functioning, the soldiers who came with Blayram Kuchi in the end of November 1998, they had no FARC insignia or any distinctive signs, but they functioned as members of the Kosovo Liberation Army and reported to the Chief of the General Staff, namely Bislim Zurabi. One more thing, I led their entry into the territory of Kosovo, but this was done in coordination with Bislim Zurabi. I did not make this decision on my own. Having in mind always the goal of strengthening the army, coordinating our actions and strengthening its combat capabilities to fight the Serb occupier in Kosovo.
Tahir Zemai was under the command of the KLA General Staff and was reporting to the KLA General Staff.
Për Tahir Zeman,
I don't know about Tahir Zemai, but here again, based on the information I have, there was a moment they got closer, but then Tahir Zemai and Ramush Haradine structured moved apart, and I don't know exactly what happened.
Okay. Are you aware that Tahir Zemai also withdrew from the Duka zone and went to Albania around the same time that Blerem Kuchi did?
jo Tahir Zeman
No, Tahir Zemai left to Albania long before. It's not approximately the same.
më falni që ndërpreva.
Sorry to interrupt you.
So when you say long before, how long before the 10th of September did Tahir Zemai withdraw to Albania?
Po ka në fazën e luftës
In wartime, a week is a long time. I do not know the exact circumstances of this. If I'm not mistaken, it happened either beginning of end of July, beginning of August. But I think this was the time period.
Let me show you another document which has been admitted already, which is P1336, please. And this is another document that you provided to the SPO. Let me just ask you to confirm that. You provided this document to the SPO, correct?
po e saktë.
Correct, I did.
This is a document dated 27 October 1998, and it's issued by the Minister of Defense of the Bukoshi government, Halil Bitsai, correct?
E saktë.
Correct.
Pursuant to this order, Halil Bitsai appoints you as the Chief of Staff of the Pastrik Zone, correct?
E saktë.
Correct.
You are being appointed to Operational Zone Number 4 of the Kosovo Liberation Army, correct?
Qashtu shkru.
That's what it reads.
Well, let me ask a different question first. How was this document delivered to you?
Po do të tregoj në detaj.
I will tell in detail. If I would like to explain this in minute detail, the issue of documents, and please, I would not want to be interrupted. It's true that we received this document. It was typed on the 27th of October, so I might have received it in the beginning of November, no later than 3-4 days after this moment. This document was of a diplomatic and political nature as well, because we used it to achieve the goal of mobilizing people into the KLA, in particular the LDK structures in Soareka. After the offensives, people started to withdraw or show some reluctance to join the KLA. So in order to show and demonstrate that the army was unified, I had information that talks were constantly going on about unifying the army. So when we received the order, we called the chairman of the LDK in Soarek and told him, we have an order, And we would ask you, LDK, not to engage into actions without coordinating with us. We did not shut down their activity, but we asked them to coordinate their actions with us. Their answer was the deputy chairman, Victor Markay, of the LDK branch, replied, saying, we usually meet on every Friday with President Rugova, and then we receive orders from him. To which I replied, I was there with the now late Uk Butici. We told him, then inform Rugova and tell him that there are within the KLA officers who have been appointed by the government in exile, the Bugoshi government. They informed him, Rugova. Following this moment, the chairmanship was in a dilemma how to further proceed. Now, the Uk Butici made up a saying, attributing it to Rugova, which was, these young men must get support because they are serious in this. Following this, we had the entire support of people and citizens in the municipality of Soareka. Therefore, this order was of a political and diplomatic nature. I am sorry, with your permission, on one more aspect or matter. The Chief of Staff of the Kosovo Liberation Army, Bislim Zurabi, was informed about this order.
Let me get back to my initial question, which is that Halil Bitsai was making an appointment of you as the Chief of Staff of Operational Zone Number 4 within the Kosovo Liberation Army. So there was at least a claim by Mr. Bitsai that he could make such appointments in the Kosovo Liberation Army at that time, correct?
With respect to this order, and on this occasion, when the Chief of Staff came from Albania, I met with him and informed him about this order. And Bislim Zurabi said it's not proper for Halil Bitsai to issue orders or ordinances. The agreement is between the General Staff and the Ministry of Defense. However, the appointments based on the agreement are made by the General Staff, meaning by myself, not by the Ministry of Defense. However, this was not particularly relevant because we did not act according to this order. I was not assigned with any tasks as per this order.
Please. It says, the last sentence says, appointed for the FA service needs. FA stands for FARC there, correct? Armed Forces, Republic of Kosovo. Is that correct?
Forțat armatosura.
The armed forces, that's what it means.
Particular here, Armed Forces, FA is short for FARC, the Armed Forces of the Republic of Kosovo, correct?
Nuk I di tash me çështja, as nuk du me.
I wouldn't know. I don't want to defend or dispute this order. I wanted to explain why I received it and in what sense I used it. This order made the Kosovo Liberation Army a massive presence.
Within days of it being issued, and I want to know what you understood, or if you understood, the sentence appointed for the FA service needs to mean appointed for the FARC service needs?
Po nuk du me spekulu tash.
I wouldn't want to speculate. A long time has passed, and based on my knowledge, the armed forces comprises a larger definition. Armed forces and security forces include the police and many other numerous elements in the armed forces. So I wouldn't want to go into details, and I wouldn't wish to say more in this respect. I have forgotten a lot in this regard.
With Mr. Bitsai prior to this document being issued?
Jo.
No, I did not communicate before or after. Until they settled in Pristina after the war. I met with Khalil Bitsai on 2 occasions after the war, no more than that.
A few minutes ago that you wanted this to be issued because it would help you recruit people in the area to strengthen the KLA. And then, as I understood it, that's why he issued the document. So how did you communicate that to Khalil Bitsai? Was it through the LDK?
Jo. Blerim Kuqi.
No. When Blerim Kuqi went to Albania, he communicated with the minister and asked to strengthen the army. He asked for this order, which was issued by Khalil Bitsai and conveyed to me by members of the Kosovo Liberation Army.
Ultimately did become the chief of staff of the Pastrik Zone. Correct?
I did, but as per the appointment of Bislim Zurabi, not based on this document.
Bislim Zarapi, subsequent to the agreement that you've referred to now between FARC and the KLA of the 2nd of November, Bislim Zarapi confirmed a proposal that had come from the Bukoshi government to nominate you as chief of staff of the Pastrik Zone. Or do you say it's a coincidence that both Mr. Bitsai and then subsequently Mr. Zarapi both wanted you to be chief of staff of the Pastrik Zone?
I don't think this document had any or influenced Bislim Zurabi in making my appointment. I don't think this document had any effect or impact.
Let me turn to a different document, which is Exhibit P633 ET and P633 in the original Albanian at page 1. Now, as we bring this document on the screen, I think you've already spoken to it, but you are, of course, aware that there was an agreement that was reached in November combining the forces of the Bukoshi government and the KLA into one force, correct?
I am aware of an agreement reached between the General Staff and the Ministry of Defense. In this case, between Khalil Bitsai and Bislim Zurabi. I was informed about this by Bislim Zurabi.
Have you seen this document before, witness?
Jo.
No, no.
A little bit, please, so he can see the signature block. This is an appointment order issued by Bislam Zarapi on the 11th of February, or sorry, 12th of February, 1999, appointing Nejmuddin Kastrati as the Chief of Staff of the Pashtric Zone. Do you see that?
Po.
Yes,
This order was issued. You had been the Chief of Staff of the Pashtric Zone between December and this order, correct?
Nuk jam dieni këtij urdhri.
I'm not aware of this order. I had another different order based on which I handed over my duties, and I reported to the General Staff to take up the functions as in charge of the education and training of soldiers of the Kosovo Liberation Army. My position was left vacant. If I can see the date of this document?
Please, it's 12 February 1999.
Unë detyrën e shefit shtabit e kam dorëzuar në fund.
I handed over my position functions as the Chief of Staff in February. I see this document is protocol, but it does not have a signature. Maybe it was prepared at the time. However, I exercised my functions until the end of February.
Well, obviously you know that Nejmuddin Kastrati did replace you as the Chief of Staff of the Pashtric Zone, correct?
Sakt.
Correct.
Aware of when Suleiman Salimi was rising to the position of overall commander of the KLA.
Me 7 shkurt
On 7th of February 1999,
kur delegacioni jon
when our delegation had the negotiations in Rambouillet.
edhe po e mbaj mend datën.
That's why I remember the date.
And let me, so this is a document that's been admitted by the prosecution dated 12 February 1999, purporting to appoint someone else in your position. And then if we go to P01347, please. Now, you were shown this document. Oh, sorry, let's get the Albanian as well. Witness, you were shown this document this morning by the prosecutor, and if we can go to the signature block in the Albanian, you said that this was a document that you signed as the Chief of Staff of the Pashtric Zone, and it's dated the 21st of February, 1999. My question to you is it your testimony that at the time you signed this document that you were unaware that 9 days earlier, Bislam Zarapi had issued an order appointing Nejmuddin Kastrati as the Chief of Staff.
Zoti avukat,
Sir, the document you showed me previously didn't bear a signature or a stamp. And that's why I think that that document was prepared but not executed.
Accept that. But then if we go to another document, which is P1340, please. Now, witness, do you recall this order?
po,
Yes?
Where Bislam Zarapi ordered ordered the Chief of Staff of the Pastric Zone, Officer Kurtesh Fonday, to hand over the above-mentioned duty within 3 days to the commander of the Pastric Operational Zone, Ekrem Reja, correct?
știu să document.
That's what the document says.
And is it your testimony that Mr. Zarapi issued this order at your request?
Po,
Yes.
Witness, in your SPO interview, you state that you saw Mr. Thaçi in Divyak in April or May 1999. Do you recall that?
edhe një herë në
Can you please repeat the question?
In your SPO interview, and I'll cite it for the parties, P01327.9, pages 4 to 5 in the English, 5 to 6 in the Albanian, you say that you saw Mr. Thaçi in Divyak in April or May 1999. Do you recall that?
në prill 1000
In April 1999 in Divyak, I don't know. I did not see Hashim Thaçi in April in Divyak. In Jezerz, yes, I did.
Okay, that could be my mistake then. If it's Jezerz, you saw him how many times there?
po disa ditë kemi qenë bashk.
We were together for several days. I don't remember exactly for how many days, but for 4 or 5, I would say.
While you were there, did you see any detainees, people who had been detained, or detention facilities?
Jo, nuk ka pas.
No, there weren't.
On the issue of communiques, this is at P01327.7, page 32, lines 2 to 5, you told the SPO that you were never aware of any communiques issued by the KLA that reference collaborators. Is that correct?
Komunikatat
The communiques that were issued through the media, those I had seen, but today I could not speak in detail about any of them.
Asking you something that you specifically said to the SPO, and I'll read it to you. Begins at, it's part 7 of your SPO interview, page 32, line 2. It says, are you aware that the communiques issued by the General Staff reference concerns about collaborators? And your answer was, I am not aware of it. Is that correct?
po tash një
Yes, that's what I actually said a moment ago. I have nothing, I'm not aware of them.
If there were such communiques, they were never transferred to you as a battalion commander or a brigade commander or chief of staff of the Pashtric zone, correct?
unë nuk kom pa në formë të shkruar ndonjë
I did not see in a written form any of such communiques.
Otherwise in the media, correct? And I'm talking about
nuk e
during
di
the war.
realisht. Nuk e di.
I don't know. The media, the print media especially, were quite limited at the time. I would not be able to speak at length about this because I don't have any information that would make me say yes or no. I would, however, say no, I did not have any information concerning the communiques.
That when you talk about communiques, you're also talking about statements that were issued by Adem Demaci and Albin Kurti. Is that correct?
Për ato që ka lëshua Demaci.
For those issued by Adem Demaci, I remember a passage from one of them that says that the KLA has to change its form of operation from frontal warfare to begin with guerrilla warfare. This is more or less how it was formulated by Adem Demaci, this passage.
Brought up an example of one that you could remember, and I'm asking you now, if you don't remember any that would reference collaborators, as you sit here today, can you recall any specific communique other than the one you just mentioned issued by Adem Demaci?
Jo, po pse?
No. However, why I remembered precisely this one? It's because this communique was the one that reflected the difficulties in the reconstruction of the army. That's why I remembered this. Because people then started to say that we have to change the warfare based on this communique, and that's why I remembered it.
A different topic. You discuss in your SPO interview the possibility of capital punishment for collaborators. And I want to be clear here, when you were speaking to the SPO that capital punishment of collaborators was a possible penalty, were you speaking about the capital punishment for members of the KLA only, or were civilians also subject to capital punishment for collaborating?
Only about members of the KLA.
Okay. And then you said that you told the SPO that capital punishment could not be inflicted by a commander, but was a punishment that had to be decided by higher structures. Which higher structures were you referring to?
Po zakonisht
Well, a higher authority for a brigade commander to have such an authority would have been problematic.
dhe është folë në mënyrë të përgjithshme.
And in general terms, this was spoken about. Nothing was discussed in specific terms.
Any case where capital punishment was actually enforced against any member of the KLA by a higher authority?
Jo.
No, I'm not aware of that.
As a former officer of the Yugoslav army, are you aware that even under Yugoslav law, collaboration with the enemy in a time of armed conflict was subject to the death penalty?
Gjithsesi se po.
Yes, of course.
You also told the SPO that there was a document that new soldiers were given, and they had to read it. And let me give the parties the citation. P01327.5, Part 5, page 18, lines 4 to 7, and page 19, lines 1 to 2. You said there was a document that new soldiers were given, and they had to read it and accept and approve that they had to obey the rules of the KLA, or else a violation of the rules could result in punishment, including capital punishment. Do you recall giving that evidence to the SPO?
Ka mund me ja them.
It is possible that I told them this. I was referring to the text of the oath. Unfortunately, we did not have the opportunity to do the oath ceremony in a solemn way.
And that's what I thought. So if we could please put on the screen Exhibit P00641, please. And it's page 8 in both English and Albanian. It's numbered page 8, sorry. It should be 6 pages before this. Witness, I'd ask you to read there what's under the section titled Content of the Military Oath and ask you if that's what you were referring to in terms of what soldiers had to read that informed them of the possibility of capital punishment.
Pikrisht. Po.
Yes, precisely.
Thank you. Now, you also discuss in your SPO interview some events in the spring of 1999. And in preparation note 1, at paragraph 45, actually that's not the correct citation, but you were responsible for the educational sector within the KLA at that time, is that correct?
Po, si e përmena më herët,
As I mentioned earlier, when I ended my duty as Chief of Staff of the Patrick Operational Zone, I reported to the sector of education and training within the General Staff, which had an office in Nishore. And that's where I worked and prepared plans, training plans for the commanding staff, for commanders of lower and medium level.
And in your SPO interview, you say, which was subsequently corrected in your preparation note 1, so I want to be clear here. You initially said that you thought Mr. Thaçi was making changes in an effort to weaken the KLA and put aside potential political competitors. But then in preparation note 1 at paragraph 45, you say that this is just your opinion about preparation of the situation for after the war, and you don't know for sure if that's what was happening. Is that correct?
Zoti avokat,
Sir, let's be correct on one matter. The interview with the SPO lasted for 2 days and was quite tiring, so it is quite normal to have omitted or made mistakes. So what was said here in the preparation session, that material was read, and we made some corrections with the prosecutor. But things that are interpreted or shown on the transcript of the 2019 interview represent my opinion. Whether it's a good or bad opinion, it's my opinion. It's not a document of an official form.
I just have to ask you these questions to clarify things that are in your statement. Okay? So just to clarify then, even if it's just your opinion, but who did you assume were Mr. Thaçi's potential political competitors? That's the phrase you used in the SPO interview.
Realisht zoti Thaçi pas
Well, Mr. Thaçi formed the Democratic Party after the war, and there were other rival parties. One of them was the LDK.
tash më fal, por nuk jam të kuptu tash.
Excuse me, but I really am not getting the core or the essence of what you want.
Entirely my fault. So let me give you the context. When you said, you were discussing with the SPO in the interview the period of the spring of 1999, and there was some discussion about whether Mr. Thaçi in that time period was making some decisions or changes to the KLA with a view towards eliminating potential political competitors. And so my question was very specific about who in the spring of 1999 you believe Mr. Thaçi may have perceived as a potential political competitor.
Mrena UÇK-s nuk besoj që
I don't think that he had any competition within the KLA or a candidate that would assume a post, politically speaking.
Mr. President, I note the time, and so I'll pick up in the morning for not very long, and then I have one housekeeping matter before we break today.
Mr. Fandai, you're finished today. Thank you for being with us and sharing your information with us. You'll have to be back here tomorrow at 0900 to continue. You may go with, please remember to not speak with anyone about your testimony outside of the courtroom, and you may now go with the court usher. I hope you have a good evening.
Thank you, you too.
We're in public session. Do you want to?
Yeah, that's fine. First, just on time, I'm going to be within the 2.5 hours that I asked for, so I should be about 15 minutes tomorrow, and I should finish. The other concern I had was the document that I had a discussion with the court officer on. I just want to make sure, because I used the document, that it is part of P1333. Otherwise, I would tender the rest of it.
It was already communicated with your team, and I did confirm that P01333 is 13-pager document, so everything is there.
Okay, we're good then. Thank you, Mr. President.
Purely for planning purposes, it's likely that any questions asked by the Vasily defense will be considerably shorter than expected.
Thank you for the information. Anybody else want to trim their estimates?
No, thanks.
I'll look overnight, but at the moment I think it's about the same.
Thank you very much for your cooperation today, and we'll see you all tomorrow. We're adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
All rise.